Alright folks, I am almost ready to go here. Just a couple more things and we'll get right to it. Good to see you mowing up. By the way, I've had to switch music because I keep getting copyright struck every single time. Hopefully this stream I'll be able to avoid it. Fingers crossed. This music makes you feel like you're at a party in Adventure Time. Very nice, very nice. Okay. I think I am ready to go. Hope you are too. Got a bunch of stuff to do today. Very nice emotes. I like those emotes, Moan Up. Oh, that's what I gotta do. Thankfully, I'm not yet. Well, not thankfully, but due to my current scheduling and such, I do have to make sure that I get YouTube-specific emotes made. So somebody make sure I write that down. Okay. That's what I need to do. I should do this right now while I'm doing this. Just because it'll save me time later. Whoa. What is happening? Sorry, chat. My computer is doing some weird things here. Don't copyright strike me for refreshing this page. Wait, what? Whoa, what just happened? What just happened? Hold on, folks. I got some serious technical difficulties. What the heck? Everything just went dark just now. No, don't do that. Don't you dare do that. That was super weird. Probably because I have too many YouTube pages open right now, but that was crazy. Wow. Never seen that glitch before. That was fun. Alright. Well, at least it looks like I can solve this situation pretty easily. Sorry about this one, chat.
Widespread destruction stretched across the vast horizon of the Texas Panhandle on.
It's very true, but you're getting ahead of me right now. Thank you, YouTube. Okay. Let's see. Take two, take two. Where are we? Ah, that's much better. Thank you for the encouragement, Moan Up. Much appreciated. Well, I hope you're having a great day so far. It appears it's time for me to do my job once again. A lot of stuff to cover, so we better get right to it. Why don't you join me on this journey of awfulness? Maybe together we'll figure out how to fix it. Okay, right to it. Right to it, chat. And don't worry, I know that there's a lot of other streams going on right now, so if you're not here yet, there's always the VOD for now. Where are we starting? Yes, that's right. Okay. Wait, I need that page. I need that page. What just happened? Ah, there it is. How many clickbait articles does it take to change a light bulb? The answer will shock you. Well played. Well played. Okay. This, oh my god, I've lost my body again. There we go. Okay, first video. And actually, you know, I almost forgot to do this. We always do something. I don't have anything prepared, but let's just re-listen to this one for our early opening poetry and or inspiration.
Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. The wise men at their end know dark is right. Because their words had forked no lightning, they do not go gentle into that good night. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright their frail deeds might have danced in a green bay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Wild men who caught and sang the sun in flight and learned too late they grieved it on its way. Do not go gentle into that good night. Grave men near death who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. And you, my father, there on the sad height, curse, bless me now with your fierce tears, I pray. Do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light.
Okay. On to the show. First video is going to be a Reuters video from a day ago. This is just kind of wrapping up some of the coverage you did previously on the Texas wildfires. So get right to it.
Widespread destruction stretched across the vast horizon of the Texas Panhandle on Friday, where the state's largest wildfire on record raced through the cattle ranching region. The deadly wildfire, dubbed the Smokehouse Creek Fire, has scorched more than 1 million acres, according to the latest figures from the Texas A&M Forest Service. That's nearly 1,700 square miles, an area larger than New York's Long Island.
When you look at the damages that have occurred here, it's just gone. Completely gone.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott on Friday held a press conference on the state's ongoing response to the fires.
Those who are affected by this have gone through utter devastation. They are going through challenges that others cannot comprehend. They need our ongoing support. I want to also express my gratitude for the heroic response by firefighters. It's extraordinary to see what they were able to do.
The blaze, which killed 2 people and torched dozens of homes, has spread eastward across the state.
it's hard to hear Greg Abbott speak and have me not have anything to disagree with him on. I know that we watched part of the speech from previously. There were definitely some things to disagree with him on. They just seems to have cut it. Granted, I didn't watch the whole speech, but he usually has things that are disagreeable to say.
Border with Oklahoma, turning cattle grazing land into ash. Several smaller wildfires are still burning in other parts of the Panhandle. The weather forecast for the area over the weekend calls for no rain and winds of up to 45 miles per hour, according to a meteorologist with the National Weather Service.
Yep, slow down. Okay. That's the only video we have on the Texas wildfires today, but I just figured we would take another look at the devastation that was caused there by the fire. I believe they're calling it the Graze Fire or some I forget what they're calling it, but it's devastating for anybody who is a cattle rancher. Not that we should necessarily have the most sympathy for them, but they're people too, and well, the cows aren't people, but the cows are now going to struggle to be fed, and I have some criticisms, many criticisms of the animal agriculture industry. Most specifically, its effect on the environment, but it's still bad, right? It's it's bad for people, houses taken down by fire, just devastation, and it's not a good thing, and it's good for us to at least be aware of what's happening out there. Look who it is. It's Wireless Mike and BCat. Good to see both of you. I assume what Mike is laughing at Moanope's joke, which was pretty classic. Good for Gabby. Good to see you. Good to see all of you. Okay, this next video is a Reuters video from 5 hours ago, entitled "Homeless Crackdown Gains Momentum in California." This is going to be a tough watch, everybody, but it's only 2 minutes, so we're going to get through it together.
Two California state senators, a Republican and a Democrat, have joined forces to propose a statewide version of San Diego's crackdown on homeless encampments. The city ordinance, which passed in 2023, allows police to enforce camping laws at transit hubs, parks, or within 2 blocks of a school or shelter, regardless of whether beds are available. For many,
this is despicable, okay? If you're gonna force people out of where they live, you should have a solution, not just for them to become like, where do they like what's the plan? Should they just never ever go to sleep or sit down ever again because they can't afford housing? Is that what it is? Is that the plan? Yeah? Okay. Well, I think that's a bad plan. Really do.
Hey, that's mean.
additional stress on already difficult lives.
It is a problem, you know, because moving it every day and putting it back up, then you gotta move again. It's stress on me.
People wouldn't treat their children like this. I mean, we don't want to be like this. We're trying to take care of ourselves.
Opponents of the measure say it allows politicians who failed to provide affordable housing to resort to police force. The debate reflects growing urgency as polls.
Once again, we use police to do stuff social workers should be doing, and it's gross. Why do we keep giving them more and more responsibilities in this arena? It should be the opposite. We should be finding other ways to deal with non-crimes, because really, living shouldn't be a crime, and making it a crime is fucking travesty.
Homelessness and affordable housing as two of the most important issues to California voters.
Yeah, Gabby's right. Gabby's right. And not going to the bathroom. I mean, like, I was just listing normal ass shit. I forgot about that for some reason. Probably because I'm always sitting here talking to you people, forgetting to do things like that. But yeah, absolutely. That's one of the freaking things, and there's plenty more. I mean, think about all the normal stuff you do on a day that you wouldn't be able to do if you literally had nowhere to sleep. you'd have no tether to anything. It's a fucking crisis. And just criminalizing their existence isn't going to solve that crisis.
Spent more than $20 billion on housing and homelessness programs since the 2018 to 2019 fiscal year, but still has more than 180,000 homeless people.
This bill is not designed to be a cure-all for homelessness in California.
California Republican State Senator Brian Jones says the bill is designed to be public safety oriented, indicating that it would protect the public from, quote, the fear of intimidation of a homeless encampment. Democratic State Senator Catherine Blakespear, the bill's co-author, says dealing with homelessness should be treated as an emergency while long-term housing solutions are pursued. Michael McConnell, a San Diego-based advocate for the unhoused, says the enforcement strategy has merely chased people elsewhere, as the number of shelter beds still fails to meet demand.
We're not seeing a reduction in homelessness in San Diego. We're seeing a reduction in homelessness downtown San Diego, but a big increase on the outskirts of downtown. So what has that really done? Nothing.
The U.S. Supreme Court is set to weigh in. It's scheduled to hear arguments on April 22nd in a case from Oregon that may determine the legality of enforcing anti-camping laws and other regulations affecting homeless people. A ruling is expected by the end of June.
So 4 full months, basically. Gotta wait for that. Okay. Okay, that seems fair. Thank you, mods, for being so modful. Okay, what's the next thing we got on the list? We're staying as usual. I think people are starting to get the gist of my scheduling, at least the way I've been trying to strategize or plan this situation by staying at home in America and then slowly moving abroad further and further, generally speaking, although sometimes I throw some curveballs at you people. What's the next? Okay, this one is gonna be fast. We're not even gonna watch much of it. Really, it's more sensational than anything, and when I saw it, I was like, god dang. So we're gonna watch it together just because because god dang. That's why. This was like from 4 hours ago.
All right, this actually...
Hold on. This shit is nuts.
looked like a scene out of a movie, but it was very real. I want you to take a look at this. On a bridge spanning the Ohio River, a semi-truck crashes through the side of the bridge and ends up literally dangling over the water below. And in those incredible minutes that follow, a member of the Louisville Fire Department is seen lowered down by a cable and actually rescues the driver and brings her to safety. Joining me now is that Louisville firefighter, Bryce Carden, alongside his...
Okay, that's it. That's it. It's just, it's just so crazy. I couldn't believe it. And I guess I'm just going to take this opportunity to point out that that just adds to the amount of money spent on infrastructure and things of that nature, which we're already spending not nearly enough money on. So, you know, not to say that this firefighter didn't do what he should have done, of course, anything like that at all. Just pointing that out. You know, having trucks go over bridges, not usually good for that. Okay, that's an unserious video. Just trying to keep the weekend slightly more fun. Okay, next one. Oh, okay. Okay, this is happening. This one's happening. You know, I forgot to do that. Why didn't I do that? Yeah, I'm going to do that while we watch this, maybe. All right, this next one's from just less than a day ago, of Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville, who's had some very interesting things to say.
What do migrants, God, and quote-unquote judo have in common? Well, apparently very little, according to the senior senator from Alabama in an error-riddled exhortation to conservatives on immigration. Tommy Tuberville's remarks start off like he lifted from one of Donald Trump's anti-migrant speeches, but then it veers into the xenophobic. Listen.
We live in a constitutional republic that's trying to do things without our Judeo-Christian values. The biggest thing right now, I will tell you, is what's going on at our southern border. When you've got a country without borders, you don't have a country. We have to get moral values back into our country, and you can't do.
I'm sorry. We're gonna talk about this for a second for sure. But this is just too good. We're just starting off with this Judeo-Christian values. It's amazing. It's incredible. It's just ripe for comedy.
Things without our Judeo-Christian values. The biggest thing right now, I will tell you, is what's going on at our southern border. When you've got a country without borders, you don't have a country. We have to get moral values back into our country, and you can't do that when you have.
Maybe if we exported people like Tommy Tuberville here, we'd improve our moral values. That's just my thinking.
And people every couple of months come into this country that know nothing about God, that know nothing about our laws and Constitution.
Tuberville said that on a weekly conference call hosted by Bishop E.W. Jackson's National Awakening. They post their audio on their website, and CNN has reached out to Tuberville's office late tonight, but has yet to hear back. Joining me now is Leah Wright-Ruger. She's a senior CNN contributor and a professor of history at Johns Hopkins University. Leah, first of all, it's Judeo-Christian values, not judo, of course. But secondly, what is he talking about?
Okay, we need a professor to break down Tommy Tuberville's nonsense. I feel like they're overdoing it here. We could have gotten a 6th grader in here, maybe. Although the education system is, currently being run by PragerU, so maybe not. Maybe we do need a professor.
First of all, leave it up to Senator Tuberville to actually get the entire phrase wrong, which is no surprise because this is somebody who has described himself as a Christian nationalist and before has actually fended off right here on CNN kind of accusations of being a white Christian nationalist. So this is very much in tune and in keeping with his understanding of what nationalism is and what Christianity is. And essentially what we're seeing.
That's what we Canucks do with our shitheads. We export them to America. Guess what that is?
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Yep. Straight from the horse's mouth.
A dog whistle. In fact, it's not even a dog whistle, it's a megaphone. And it's really meant to be this kind of call to arms, not just from MAGA followers across the country, but really for white Christian nationalists who believe that the United States is a place that is founded on Christian values and really should be a space that is for white people, right? It is a deeply xenophobic, at times bigoted and racist ideology. And this is what Tuberville is referencing.
If you're white, you're not Christian, even though actually
exactly.
It could very well be many of these migrants are deeply religious, actually. Well, many Latinos are deeply religious when they come into this country.
Yeah.
Well, what's...
okay, I think we've heard enough of this. The rest is just them kind of trying to dunk. And while they, I'm sure they have a good plan on how to dunk. I have my own plans. This is how we're going to dunk. This is how we're going to dunk on old Tommy Tuberville. Hold on, I got to switch this on my soundboard. Which one is it? Is it that one? I think it's the third one. Yeah. Okay, well, according to Tommy Tuberville, this is now what we should be embracing, all of us, in our personal and lives as Christians, as Judeo-Christians. This is the plan. Here we go, people. Wait, shut up. No. You're supposed to be muted. There we go.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
This is the state of America, according to Tommy Tuberville. This is what we should all be embracing. So everybody, get your judo gear out. Okay, sorry, that was childish. I know. Okay, what's next? Oh, okay. So this is actually really important to me, and I hope that you take it seriously. Yesterday, at the end of the stream, which is something I do all the time, as you might know, I find stuff that's just coming out, and I try and show it to you almost live. However, I made a mistake yesterday because I did not do the research in time for being able to give any kind of context to something that we watched yesterday. So today I have to address it, and that is regarding George Galloway. Yesterday I praised him for his take on Palestine and for him being elected to Parliament. However, details have come to light that have led me to retract my support for this individual, and it's based upon something I heard and then some research I did after the fact. So these are from his own YouTube channel regarding trans issues, and this video is just unhinged. Okay.
Look, people can self-identify all they like, but I mean, there are certain biological facts. There are certain racial facts as well. I mean, somebody could say, well, as they did in America, I self-identify as African-American when they were Caucasian. Clearly nonsensical stuff. The point is, this is a fringe issue. I feel sorry for people if they are discriminated against. I'm opposed to discrimination in every single which way, but you cannot have a situation whereby all the political parties in the establishment are prepared to make this an expellable offence if you say I am a woman, and you know, as is happening with some of these political parties. And I read today you were described as being gender critical. Well, I mean, look, apart from anything else, this is anathema to 95% of the population. They don't understand it. Frankly, if you want to hand over power to the right in this country and to the Tory party in perpetuity, carry on with all of this stuff, because most people don't get it and they don't like it. So no, I mean, it really makes no sense whatsoever. There is this issue of this Labour MP. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen what abuse that she says that she's faced. She's saying, because she is gender critical, that she's being attacked by people and being accused of being transphobic in the most vitriolic ways. Well, she says that she's not going to go to the conference now, and the Speaker of the British Parliament has said that's unacceptable and that she shouldn't be frightened of going to a party conference. I mean, it's a pretty pass, really. But there again, we live in times where it's very difficult sometimes to have an honest opinion and to express it without offending somebody.
You know what? This is actually, I put these in reverse, I just realized, but we're way down the line. This was, I believe, after this other video. This all happened a couple of years ago.
Thank you so much, George, for taking my call. George,
I believe it's in response to some of this, of what's said on this call. So sorry I put these videos in reverse. So I'm going to wait to respond entirely until we've watched this context here.
By the grace of God, I'm good, thanks.
BCAT is right. If we all had to apologize for the worst examples of people who share some common identity with us, we'd all be apologizing nonstop. Yeah, true. But as somebody who's creating content and live streaming in this fashion, I do feel I have more of a responsibility to do that, right? Because I essentially put him on, not a pedestal, but I spoke favorably of this individual, and the things I've heard in this call make me take that all back. And while he may have a good take on Palestine, and it's good that there might be somebody who is pro-Palestine in Parliament, there must have been somebody better than this. I'm almost positive.
Thank you so much, George. My question is with relations to the latest deal which has happened between S&P and the Greens. The left, I don't know whether they're the left or what you call them, they're cheering for that. They're happy that 4-year-old can choose their own genders in the school. But they are not happy, but they are not, getting raging at the fact that Scotland's schools have performed one of the worst. In Glasgow, near Nicola Sturgeon's constituency,
in her own constituency.
In her own constituency. Yeah. Her school, that school has performed the worst, but people can choose their own genders.
The worst school in Scotland.
Absolutely. And people can choose their own genders. Now, what I don't understand, George, there used to be a time when the left, or the so-called left nowadays, used to cheer for people's proper wages, proper living conditions, proper job rights. Nowadays, the left are happy, not getting angry at the lack of progress in the schools, but the fact that people can choose their own genders.
Yeah, as long as they get the pronouns right, Sarkar.
Absolutely. Where are the Tony
that's the long
Where
and
are the
the short of
Castles, George? Now, what I want to ask you is, if these fruitcakes do get independent, they cannot even save a biscuit factory. What can the Scottish and Greens do when they cannot attract investment?
I think we're good here. I think we're good here, right, folks? I think we've heard enough. Like, this call gets worse, to be perfectly frank, if I recall correctly. And it's just, this guy doesn't push back on it. He embraces what this caller is saying and doesn't even pretend that you could do both. Which, the fact is, most leftists that I know are in favor of both things and don't see them as being mutually exclusive and putting them as somehow opposed to one another in this obscene fashion, right? And it's gross. And people who do that should be condemned. So there we go. Good Palestine take, bad other takes. So we're just gonna call it like it is. Excuse me. All right, back to American stuff real quick. But that one just felt like a necessary thing for me to do before we get too far along here. Oh, that was for Mike, not me. Oh, I see. Thank you, BCAT. We welcome people of all faiths and non-faith. Absolutely, 100%. Can't stress that enough. You kind of like the Canadians. Most of them seem way nicer than your fellow Americans. Okay, Mike. Moan Up is correct. So is BCAT. Moan Up is right. The BCAT is right. Okay, cool. Alright, what do I got next? Ah, yes. So this next video is a TRT World video, which is discussing the airdrops into Gaza. We've been talking about it. I just want to focus more on it. Okay. This was from 17 hours ago. Wait, you're ahead of me.
President Joe Biden didn't say Thursday's block.
Stop. At some point I'm gonna have everything perfectly worked out here. Not today. There we go. And play.
President Joe Biden didn't say Thursday's bloodshed at the food aid line is what specifically prompted the U.S. to announce new ways of getting aid into Gaza, but it's clear that tragedy turbocharged the plans.
Innocent lives are on the line and children's lives are on the line. No excuses, because the truth is...
They've been on the line for months. And months. It's almost like he's been in a coma for 4 months. He's just waking up and he's like, oh my god, children's lives are on the line. Dude, where have you been? Where in the hell have you been? I swear to God.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Good point. Good point.
Aid flowing to Gaza is nowhere nearly enough. Now, it's nowhere nearly enough.
The White House says the idea to airdrop humanitarian aid into Gaza has been considered for a while, and the idea for opening up a maritime corridor to get aid in by ships is a more recent idea.
Very recent.
The UN says at least 576,000 people in the Gaza Strip, 1/4 of the enclave's population, are just one step away from famine. The airdrops by military plane will begin soon. At first, they will involve delivering just food, ready-to-eat meals that soldiers eat called MREs. Later drops will involve supplies, and Israel is supportive of the plan. But the White House says the airdrops are one of the most difficult operations.
It's so crazy. Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills right now. Oh, I need a sound shot of that phrase, because I feel like I'm just saying it all the time. I could save a lot of breath if I just had one to say it for me, because I really do. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Israel's supportive of it. Okay, great. Thanks, Israel. Thank you. Were you planning on stopping the U.S. from doing airdrops? Is that going to be a thing? Because fucking hell.
Military can carry out, especially in a densely packed region.
You want to make sure that to the maximum degree possible, you've got aid organizations and partners on the ground that can help with the distribution.
The maritime.
Shut up, Kirby. Wait, what are you saying in chat right now? All your Canadian homies are #1, as it should be, like in the Constitution. I don't think that's a response to that, though. Soon what? Soon in the Constitution, you think?
Plan might involve using Greek-administered Cyprus as a staging ground to bring in aid to Gaza by ship. Some members of Congress have also suggested sending a Navy hospital ship. But Washington says these new ways of getting aid in are just supplemental to the main goal of getting more trucks into Gaza, pressuring Israel to make that happen, and that at least a temporary ceasefire is still the best solution of all.
Now, as you all know, a deal that would trigger a 6 weeks
A temporary ceasefire? How is that the best solution?
fire is currently on the table.
Why? Why? Just so it doesn't look like even more like they're committing an ethnic cleansing, like by killing people during a holy month? I admit Ramadan's pretty long, but like, come on. Is that really all they're gonna give the Palestinians? Here's a couple airdrops, 6-week ceasefire, then you can go back to fucking yourselves. You know what? That is gross. That is gross. More needs to be done. More needs to be said. This garbage, half in, half out, half defending Israel, half keeping Palestinians from being genocided. It is ridiculous. At this point, it's like airdropping. It really is getting to the point where I feel like the comparison is genuinely fair to make, but it's like airdropping supplies to the Holocaust victims while supporting Nazi Germany. It's crazy. It is fucking crazy. I know that's a really inflammatory sort of comparison, and I really don't even want to make it, but I'm struggling to find other comparisons right now.
In addition to the additional flow of aid that would come with that deal, we're continuing to work to make sure that we can get the hostages out as well, and to see a reduction in the violence.
But whether Thursday's Food Line tragedy throws a wrench into ceasefire talks or adds more urgency to getting them done is yet to be seen. Andy Roseton, TRT World, Washington.
Okay. Let's see. What do I got next? Oh, okay. This one is actually going to be kind of hard. But we've got each other. This is a... Whoops, didn't mean to do that. This is a video entitled...
Possible.
How the Media Failed Aaron Bushnell by Middle East Eye.
He said, "I will not be complicit in genocide." That means he is holding his own government accountable in the most extreme way possible. To not get that right in a country that claims to be a democracy really undermines the entire system in which we live. Well, Aaron Bushnell was a active duty U.S. member of the U.S. Air Force. He committed an act of extreme protest by setting himself on fire in front of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. Before doing so, he live streamed the video, stated very clearly and almost disturbing how calmly he stated the purpose for what he was doing and what he was about to do. Before actually live streaming, he had sent this link. He had made sure that journalists would have access to this information in order to tell the story, because it was so important for him, obviously, given the extreme nature of the act that he, self-immolation is the most extreme form of protest. He clearly wanted to make sure that this message was seen by, especially, I think, an American populace, because he's an American himself and an American service member. In the video, he stated clearly that he would no longer be complicit in genocide, referring to Gaza. And after setting himself on fire, in what you could hear if you listen to the video, in excruciating pain, he still yelled his last words, which were "Free Palestine." So there's a very clear reasoning behind this act. He said he was about to partake in an act of extreme protest, and actually said that, but compared to what Palestinians have been facing against their colonizers, against their oppressors, that it was not extreme. So this is very, very clear language that was used by Aaron Bushnell to explain.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is a perfect spot for me to respond to a chat from FG saying inflammatory doesn't mean accurate. And absolutely. I'm 100% aware of the definition of inflammatory, and I feel I'm using it in the correct way. Take what you will from that. It is my humble pleasure to bring this to you, because it really is not pleasurable for me to watch this stuff, because it's hard, right? But it's important, and so I'm going to keep doing it. But you're welcome, Moan Up, 100%. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Or it's the duck robots coming to take over.
Why he did what he did. But when you saw the media coverage, especially this is in, mainstream Western media coverage, the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, Reuters, none of the headlines, and even initially none of the stories within the headlines, but then eventually they were updated to add some story and actually quote him. But none of the headlines said anything about the reason for his protest. They stated something like a man, a member of the U.S. Air Force, sets himself on fire in front of Israeli embassy. The headlines didn't use words like protest, the fact that this was a protest. They didn't use the words Gaza, genocide, Palestinian, free Palestine, basically any of the things he actually said, right? So the issue with that and how this fits into the larger way that this entire conflict has been framed throughout since October 7th is that, again, you see the erasure of Palestinians, right? They try to avoid the word Palestine or Palestinian. And so what happened with the story of Aaron is his intention and the reason for his action was completely erased. And the problem with that is that was the story. So there's several reasons why it's important to get Aaron's story right, to tell the story correctly. The first is that Aaron is an American. He's an average American, right? This is an ordinary person who took an extreme measure to draw attention to and protest against what his own government is doing. And that's very important, because what he was talking about wasn't just the actions of the state of Israel and what was happening to Palestinians. He said, "I will not be complicit in genocide." That means he is holding his own government accountable in the most extreme way possible. To not get that right in a country that claims to be a democracy really undermines the entire system in which we live. If he was protesting the actions of an adversarial state, if he did this for, say, Ukraine, the way that the media would have covered
Oh my God. Ukraine, the thing is Ukraine doesn't need anybody in America to protest. It's somebody in Russia that needs to be protesting like that, right? Because America's honestly doing what it can without starting World War III. Like, the next step of what they're doing, because they've been giving money and weapons and, like vehicles and aircraft and whatnot to Ukraine. But the next step is, because they've already done sanctions on Russia, the next step is to, quote unquote, like control the airspace around Ukraine, which is to put planes in the air with U.S., Air Force on the side and have them fight Russian planes in the air, essentially. And I'm not here saying they should not or should do that. That's a very complicated question that I've been tossing around in my head for a while. I still don't have a fucking answer for that one because of the implications of such a thing. But yeah, as for Palestinians, it's the exact opposite, right? There's nobody in the media like talking for them. There's up until yesterday, there was no aid going to Palestinians. The United States was basically doing everything but stopping the aid, literally, physically, with troops from going into Palestine, because Israel already had it covered, right? So they didn't need to step in to do that. But you know what I mean? Like, they were one step away from doing it. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to read chat as well. Good to see you, AC.
Fairly different. Because essentially the role of the media has become to maintain the status quo, to maintain whatever is the policy position of the government at the time. And that's what we're doing rather than, and it's not about valorizing or glorifying the action that Aaron took. And there's a lot of people who have tried to pathologize him and say, well, this is a case of a mental illness,
exactly,
or someone who was in distress. I don't think that we can all decide all of a sudden we're all PhDs with.
Look, if you can make that case, you can make the same case about every soldier that walks into battle, okay? Because they walk into battle knowing they could die at any time. Is that suicide? He could have been deployed. Or, well, I know he was working in, like, cybersecurity or something like that. But, I mean, technically, if you're in the military, you can be deployed to the front line. Anyway. And the thing is, who knows what he was working on? And it's not, he wasn't clear about it in his video, but he may very well have been giving IDF U.S. surveillance drone footage, right? Stuff like that. Who knows? Who knows? I genuinely haven't seen anything on it, and it's all probably very classified.
In psychology, and we can diagnose his actions. I think what we can all agree on is that he was clearly in distress. But what was missing in the stories was the reason why he was distressed. He was distressed because he told us the reason behind it, because of what we witnessed. And I think that's why it's so important to get the story right. There's a lack of humanity in the way that this narrative has been framed in the Western media, a lack of humanity for Palestinians and even those who advocate for Palestinians, like Aaron. And this is a process of dehumanization that makes atrocities possible. We learn about these atrocities in history, and we think about how was it possible that this happened at that time. And yet we are living through an atrocity right now, and we're seeing how it's possible. It's possible when you dehumanize people. It's possible when an entire people, the Palestinians, have been dehumanized. And by not telling Aaron's story correctly, you are dehumanizing the advocates of Palestinians as well. And to have to go to that extent is really, to me, tarnishes not only the reputation of the media, but shows how deeply ingrained these ideas are within our society that we have to go to such lengths simply not to humanize a group of people.
Right. Why go through the effort? How does that help? It helps judo Christians. That's what it helps. That's who it helps.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Well, JBP says it. Alright, so our next video is this is a protest march by captives' families to pressure Netanyahu. This is an Al Jazeera video, so let's watch this together.
It is one day after the tragic events at the Beach Road checkpoint, where hundreds of people lost their life and were injured. This is the first UN mission with WHO and UNICEF colleagues to the north since then, and we have brought fuel, medicine, vaccines, and specifically malnutrition food for the people of Shifa and Gaza. As I speak to you, this hospital is treating more than 200 people that were injured yesterday. We have seen people with gunshot wounds, we have seen amputees, and we have seen children as young as 12 that were injured yesterday. These events cannot be allowed to go on. We need to have safe, secure passage throughout Gaza to reach the people that need humanitarian aid. We need every single crossing into Gaza opening, and these people need to have not just food and water. The hospitals need equipment, specialized services, special machines. We hope that in the coming days, large convoys with food will come into North Gaza, and in this way, we can then reach people, talk to them, and see what other needs they have.
By the way, I would point out, and wait.
Well,
no,
at least 3 people.
wait for it. And actually, I just realized I said I put these out of order. I read the wrong one, so I was thrown off by that. However, that video was not what I just said. That video was, in fact, the first UN mission with the WHO and UNICEF to North Gaza. I was about to point out that he had a UN insignia on his vest. So, listening to him speak, I feel like it was a very short video, so we're actually going to watch that again, just thinking about it from that perspective. It's a minute long.
It is one day after the tragic events at the Beach Road checkpoint, where hundreds of people lost their life and were injured. This is the first UN mission with WHO and UNICEF colleagues to the north since then, and we have brought fuel, medicine, vaccines, and specifically malnutrition food for the people of Shifa and Gaza. As I speak to you, this hospital is treating more than 200 people that were injured yesterday. We have seen people with gunshot wounds, we have seen amputees, and we have seen children as young as 12 that were injured yesterday. These events cannot be allowed to go on. We need to have safe, secure passage throughout Gaza to reach the people that need humanitarian aid.
Exactly.
We need every single crossing into Gaza opening, and these people need to have not just food and water. The hospitals need equipment, specialized services, special machines. We hope that in the coming days, large convoys with food will come into North Gaza, and in this way, we can then reach people, talk to them, and see what other needs they have.
Yeah, so I'm glad that we re-watched it, because I do have things to say about that video. I mean, it just makes me very glad to see somebody with a UN vest in Palestine right now, in Gaza. We have not been seeing that, and because Israel's been blocking anybody, any outside observers from coming in, and it's a relief. And to hear them saying what we've been saying essentially the whole time, we need aid, we need a ceasefire, everything needs to stop, these people just need help right now. It is, oh, it's cathartic. Anyways, this is the actual video that I tried to lead that one up with. For whatever reason, I had them switched in my head or on my list over here. And this is The March by Captives Families, adding to huge pressure on Netanyahu. Sorry again for mistitling the first one, that was on me.
Well, at least 3 people have been killed in an Israeli strike in southern Lebanon. The strike, we understand, targeted a vehicle traveling on a coastal road.
Wait, before I get going, I'm going to read these comments because there seems to be a bunch that I missed. Let's see. Great point, Streamlord. I'm not sure what that was even in relation to now. Hopefully it was a good point. I trust good for Kathy's judgment. He was away from deployment. He was away from... okay. This is what Aaron said in one of his last social media posts. Essentially, if you've ever asked yourself what you do in if your country was committing genocide, look in the mirror, you're doing it. Well, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing right now. You weren't really here, just pulling a drive-by. Okay, AC. Yep, hanging out in Letterhack chat. Busting balls. Okay. Well, when they're done, let them know that we're live over here. Since everybody's a mod in Letterhack chat. Even old Streamlord now. I'm trying to go incognito as a regular chatter. Okay, let's see here. Yes, restart this video. Stop that. Be friends with me. Come on. There we go.
Well, at least 3 people have been killed in an Israeli strike in southern Lebanon. The strike, we understand, targeted a vehicle traveling on a coastal road in the border town of Nakura. Well, let's speak to Willem Marks. He joins us with more from occupied East Jerusalem. Willem, still no more comments from the Israelis on what happened in Nakura?
No, just in the last few minutes, Nastasia, they have responded. They are looking into this incident that took place very, very close to the Israeli border, probably 4 or 5 kilometers just north of that border. Nakura, small town on the coast there, is the kind of essentially the last settlement in that part of southern Lebanon on the coast. A road then travels east from there all the way into the interior, more or less skirting that border. We've seen these kinds of incidents in the past. The Israelis typically have not commented on these kinds of strikes on moving vehicles. What we do know, though, is that Hezbollah yesterday claimed 6 separate attacks on Israeli forces and separately 1 attack on an Israeli drone.
And Willem, you're in occupied East Jerusalem. I understand there is some kind of a march being organized by the families of captives being held in Gaza. Obviously, we've seen mounting pressure on the Israeli government to change their stance or do something more over the last few weeks and months.
This has been a central issue throughout this conflict, particularly domestically in Israel. It's an increasingly vocal and politically influential movement led by the families of those believed to be held captive inside Gaza. They're going to be meeting around 20 kilometers northwest of the city of Jerusalem around 1 o'clock today, gathering and then marching into the city for a rally this evening. And as you say, this is something that is...
I gotta say, it's good to see regular Israelis out there protesting Israel, or not Israel necessarily, but protesting Netanyahu. I guess that's one reason why I'm often reticent about immediately cheering these supporters on in particular, because there's no guarantee they're all anti-Zionist or anti-occupation or any of these other sorts of things. They may just be against Netanyahu because they think he's ugly. So, hard to say. At least with the Orthodox protesters, we know that on ideological grounds they object to Zionism. So,
placing a huge amount of pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu.
It was a great point I made. All right. Well, I'm going to accept that then. Good question. I think there probably were a couple of things I could think of you could maybe do, but who knows? AC's always coming up with things to bust people on.
Government, it's something that he has said, regardless of whether there's a ceasefire or not, he wants to bring those captives home. But in terms of those conversations around a ceasefire, those negotiations involving Egypt, Qatar, and the US between Hamas and Israel, it's a very thorny question as to how many of those individuals are still alive inside Gaza. Netanyahu just a couple of days ago saying he would not want to move forward with these peace talks until they have more information, they have the names of those that are still verifiably alive, Nastasia.
Willem Marks there with the latest for us from occupied East Jerusalem. We'll keep an eye on that march for you as well. Thanks so much for...
And you see them all carrying the Israeli flag, right? And so there's definitely an element of nationalism within them. And the thing is, I agree with their right to protest, and Netanyahu shouldn't be in power. But I fear that many of them aren't necessarily on the same train that we all are on. If they are, then they deserve our praise, but on a case-by-case basis, I think. Okay, what's next? That's a fair reason. I think I know what you're talking about, and I appreciate that. Okay, what is next? After that... Oh, okay. Well, this is just in chronological order. This isn't about Palestine, although the election is in fact important. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just try. Why did that just open? No, do not open that. That's going to frag my computer. Do not do that. She can't take the pressure, Captain. Wait, no, don't do that either. God dang it. Now look what you've done. Now look what you've done. Cancel. No. Sorry. Sorry, chat. They just, somehow I opened up a program I didn't mean to open up for playing video games. And there we go. It's closed. Okay, cool. Crisis averted. Ah, God, I gotta switch. Been sitting on my foot too long. It's about to go to sleep. Alright, next video is about the Iranian elections. Okay. There we go.
Iran's highest authority, Supreme Leader.
Whoa, that's loud.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei cast his ballot just as the polls opened in the country's general election. Iranian leaders called on voters to come out in droves and show a high turnout to international observers. They say a high turnout would boost national security.
Our dear nation should know that many people worldwide, whether ordinary people or political figures, or those in charge of credible national and political positions, are looking at Iran today. They want to see what you do in these elections and what will be the results of your election.
Voters will choose 290 seats at the country's legislature, known as the Islamic Consultative Assembly, as well as a clerical body that can appoint the supreme leader. There have been calls by opposition groups and dissident activists to boycott the election amid widespread discontent over the situation of the economy and social freedom. But voters here say voting could help the country overcome the problems it faces.
The enemy had launched a campaign to discourage people from voting. I wanted to prove that despite the economic problems, we continue to support our leader and our country.
I voted to show that we back the political system.
Just for some context with this whole situation in Iran, about a year ago now, there was a woman who died under very suspicious circumstances, as many claim. I guess it was it was like a year and a half ago now. It was around the time of an election, if I'm not mistaken, and her brother or like her cousin, something like that, was a very political activist, left-wing activist, if I'm not mistaken. And at a protest like basically happened because of her death, and ever since then, Iran has been having a bunch of sort of political issues and calls for new elections and other things like that. So, and I'm no expert on the issue, but that's as much as I know.
The new law.
Yes, I was having engineering problems, momentary engineering problems.
Will fulfill their responsibilities in serving the people and improve our livelihoods.
Main reformist party, the Reforms Front, says it will not participate in the elections, calling it meaningless and ineffective, after most of its members were barred from running by vetting body, the Guardian Council. Moderates, however, have managed to issue a list of candidates in Tehran.
The Guardian Council performed better compared to the previous election. However, several effective and qualified individuals were disqualified again. Still, we can find good, effective and moderate faces among those cleared to run.
The Guardian Council says there are an unprecedented 15,000 candidates in parliamentary elections, meaning there are 51 contenders for each parliamentary seat, and the voters have plenty of options to choose from.
With reformists and moderates,
I would point out that Iran has very big democracy problems. They're rated very low on the list of quote-unquote democratic nations. I believe that the last time I checked, they were ranked about 147th in the world. That's not a good ranking. So, okay, let's see here. What's next? Okay, we're going right back to Palestinian stuff here. Yeah, we're just going to watch the next one. This is a TRT World video in talks with a Dr. Mads Gilbert, who appears to be an activist. Yeah, let's watch this next one.
That we're doing enough to address that situation.
You know, the Palestinian people, as I know them, and I had my...
Sorry, chat.
Hi, Dr. Gilbert. Thank you so much for sitting here with TRT today. I'd like to cover a few things with you today regarding your experience, your longstanding experience in Gaza, your views as you've already articulated to some extent in the independent media about Western media and its preoccupation, as I believe you call it, with covering certain aspects of Gaza's medical facilities, and finally your view on the role of Palestinian civilians in sustaining human life. So you've been going to the occupied territories since at least the late 80s. And I'm wondering if you can shed light on how the current situation in Gaza is particularly different from perhaps anything you've seen.
Assalamu alaikum, Paul. Thank you for having me. Yeah, where should we start? I think for anyone who knows the Palestinian struggle and the brutality of the Israeli occupation of Palestine, there is not much new to the way they are exercising their power and their oppression and their brutality. But the magnitude of the attacks and the extent of the destruction of Gaza and...
By the way, before we get too far on this, Dr. Mads Friedrich Gilbert is a Norwegian physician, humanitarian activist, and politician for the Red Party. This is his Wikipedia bio. He is a specialist in anesthesiology and head of the emergency medicine department for the University Hospital of Norway, and professor of emergency medicine at the University of... What is that? Tromsø? I think that's how I'm supposed to pronounce that. I do not speak Norwegian.
Killing, of course, has never been seen before. And then we're not talking about only Palestine and the occupation army of the Israeli state, but in world history for the last century, I don't think there has been any military attack on another people with such a brutal, systematic viciousness and brutality. The number of civilians killed is shocking. The number of children killed is beyond shocking. It's probably around 12,000 Palestinian children, and children by definition are young people from 0 up to 18 years. This number of killed children is surmounting anything that the occupation forces have done before. So there is a shift towards much more killing of civilians, although they have always been targeting civilians when they attack Gaza. and also the West Bank. The extent of destruction of the society is beyond anything we have seen before. They are completely shattering the whole civilian Palestinian society in northern Gaza in particular. I mean, schools, universities, water pipelines, sewage systems, homes, not to forget, hospitals, primary healthcare clinics, ambulances. We've seen all these things being targeted before, but never to the extent now. Now northern Gaza looks like a desert, or like Hiroshima.
Okay, that's about all I felt like we needed to hear from him. It was, I had no capability of interrupting what he had to say. It's just so good to hear somebody like him, you know, saying exactly what I feel like I've been trying to say in a much more eloquent way. So that is that. Thankfully we didn't watch a whole 30-minute video there. Yes. No more engineering problems. Back to fully functional. Next video is going to be a Al Jazeera English video entitled "Is the New York Times Losing Its Credibility on Israel-Palestine?" I think it's about time someone did a story like this. So let's watch a part of this here. Pause. There we go. Oh, welcome back, AC. Yeah, just as a trigger warning, this does contain some difficult stuff relating to war and violence and sexual violence. So just be forewarned. Although we're not going to watch the whole thing, so it doesn't necessarily. You get what I'm saying. Anyway, here we go.
We're almost 5 months into Israel's war on Gaza, and among the institutions whose reputations have taken a beating over their coverage, the New York Times. A German film festival worthy of its own award for the worst performance in tacit support of an Israeli genocide. And why bother investigating war crimes in Gaza when Israeli soldiers are documenting those crimes and incriminating themselves? Since Israel launched its assault on Gaza in October, many Western news outlets have seen their credibility take a hit, accused by audiences and staff members alike of succumbing to Israeli propaganda. That includes one of the world's best-known publications, the New York Times. A notorious case in point, an investigation the Times published back in December, which alleged that Hamas deliberately weaponized rape and sexual violence on October 7th. Those claims have since been unsubstantiated, if not disproven, revealing the Times' pro-Israeli, anti-Palestinian bias and leaving the paper's newsroom riven by dissent. But for the Times' critics, including some of its former reporters, the article is a mere symptom of an age-old problem, a persistent double standard in the stories the paper deems fit to print on Israel and Palestine, and those it does not.
The role of the New York Times is not defined by its circulation. It's defined by the fact that it sets the agenda. That's number one. Number two, most newspapers do not have foreign bureaus, and so they will run the Times foreign coverage. So that's the power of the Times. It sets the agenda.
Starting with something that is definitely not breaking news, the American newspaper of record, the New York Times, has a track record of
Gisbert goes hard. Yes, he does. Richard Gisbert.
supporting Israel. What is new are the stakes. Israel is on trial for genocide at the International Court of Justice. Core to its propaganda effort has been framing Hamas's attacks on October 7th as extraordinarily sadistic, like something out of the ISIS playbook.
The wholesale massacre, mutilation, rape, and abduction of as many citizens as the terrorists could find.
Enter the Times and this story, published in late December. It accused Palestinian militants of weaponizing rape and sexual violence, systematically unleashing it.
We have been hearing it over and over and over again from every single person who has anything to say about Israel in their defense. It has been systematic. Yeah, I think you just said that, and it's exactly how it felt.
Women and men. A lurid allegation, a sensational story, but one that the evidence simply fails to support.
When the New York Times said, we've done a 2-month-long investigation, we interviewed 150 people, and we found a broad pattern of sexual violence on October 7th, that, for a lot of people, just closed the case. If the New York Times is saying it, then it must be true. I even had friends who know how much Israel misrepresents things and lies, who said, Ali, now, surely you have to give some credence to what it's saying. But it's a case of journalistic fraud because it just doesn't deliver the goods.
The principal criticism lies within the main claim, which is that not only did sexual assault and occasions of rape occur, but that they were used systematically. Since that report has been published, major flaws have emerged, not just in the contents itself, but also when it comes to the actual journalists and authors behind the report.
Alternative U.S. news.
Yeah, it's been an onslaught of journalism that felt like it was lacking any evidence. Everybody's been accepting all the things that Israel has to say. Meanwhile, Israel and all of its defenders continue to proclaim that anything that comes from Hamas or from the Palestinian Authority is somehow false. And it's just the Gaslight Express all day, every day. It's been, and it feels like I'm taking crazy pills.
Subscriber-funded ones like Mondovice, Electronic Intifada, and The Grey Zone went to work debunking the Times' story. They noted the article contained zero direct testimony from victims, that the alleged eyewitnesses the paper quoted were either anonymous or of dubious credibility, that the family of a woman killed on October 7th disputed the Times' assertion that she had been raped. Another of the Times' sources accused the reporters of pressuring them to speak, saying it was important.
Imagine claiming somebody was raped without even checking with them before. That's gross.
Don't be creepy.
For Israel's PR effort. One of the reporters involved, Anat Schwartz, had never filed a news story before October 7th. She is a filmmaker whose Wikipedia page said she had worked for Israeli intelligence. Had the Times done its homework, its editors would have known that Schwartz's social media accounts revealed she had liked some disturbing posts, including one advocating turning Gaza into a slaughterhouse.
Wow. Wow. It's just so ridiculous. How do people like that wind up in power? Or in positions where they're affecting stuff of that magnitude and importance? Oh, that's frustrating. Okay.
South Africa included in its case against Israel at the ICJ. Not that the story was Schwartz's idea, as she explained to Israeli Army radio.
הניו יורק טיימס אמר בוא נעשה תחקיר על אלימות מינית. זה היה יותר לשכנע אותי מאשר הם אמרו מההתחלה.
זו הצעה של הניו יורק טיימס כל המחקר, כל התחקיר הזה?
חד משמעית.
It was an odd way for such a report to come together. Still, the Times published it and showcased it.
Imagine it was the other way around. Any Palestinian who whispers something that is considered politically incorrect is out in a second. And yet you have this person who worked for the Israeli intelligence, who wasn't a journalist, and who liked on social media these blood-curdling calls for the decimation of Palestinians in Gaza, and that's the person you hire to report on your story. Disparity between standards is staggering.
The New York Times article had an enormous impact. I've seen it cited repeatedly, even by some human rights organizations, but I have to say, I think that it had less influence than it might have had if independent media outlets had not exposed the flaws in it.
Which hopefully here at Galactic News Network we are doing some tiny amount of work on. Okay, we got something to watch next here. Letter hack raid incoming. Oh, hey, okay. Alright. I'll keep my eye out for that. Thank you, AC. That's how they get into power. Pitchfork Dragon. Whoever gave me this link, thank you. Thank you for showing up. What are we doing next? Yes. Okay, hold on. I gotta refresh this window.
I've seen it cited repeatedly.
Whoops, don't do that though.
Even by some
Don't
human
do-
rights
Hey,
organizations.
no, stop, Web,
But
stop.
I have to say, I think.
Good God. Okay, we fixed it. We fixed it. Alright, this is, and we've been watching their videos for the last couple of days now. This is another status coup news video. If you haven't already subscribed to their channel, or at least checked it out, definitely do that. 100%. This is from a live Ceasefire Now protest in New York City earlier today, approximately 5 hours ago, with Susan Sarandon. So, this is breaking ground coverage here that they've done. So we're definitely going to give them their props. Oh.
One solution!
Oh, God.
One
Wait.
solution! One solution!
Wait for it. Okay. Hey, welcome back, Obsolete Optics. Nice to see you, Letter Hack Raid. Okay, Raptors in chat. Vincent Morales, Environmental Coffee House. Okay. Look at all you people. Good to see you all. All right. Hopefully everybody heard my lead up to this video. So let's watch this protest in New York City. Let me make sure I get the volume okay here. It's probably going to be pretty loud.
One solution! One solution! Revolution! Gaza, Gaza, you will rise! Palestine will never die! Gaza, Gaza, you will rise! New York is by your side! Gaza, Gaza, you will rise! The people are by your side! Resistance is justified! When people are occupied! Resistance is justified! When people are colonized! New York, make some noise! We're going to start our programming very shortly, but first we're going to have the call to prayer, and we're going to pray right now. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا
His singing is beautiful. Muslims are Americans too. I'm just going to skip forward slightly. It's a long, long video. It's 4 hours. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but we're going to watch many parts of it because this is very important. Good to see all of you people back. Looks like a lot of people are back here. Looney Tunes, good to see you. Who else just showed back up? Just so many people. It's great. Tell your wife, tell your kids. Galactic News Network is live. I think I did let it play out, Obsolete Optics. I could be wrong. It felt like it was done. Maybe I jumped the gun. I'm honestly not a religious man, so generally speaking, if it had been any any religious song, I would have been like kind of wanting to skip forward, to be perfectly honest. But I get your sentiment, and I think I did let it go all the way through because it was a really pretty song, and he was doing a great job. Anyway, yes, we're gonna keep watching from here a little bit more.
Palestine! It's cold, it's rainy, but that is not going to stop us from standing up and raising our voices to say we will stand with the people of Gaza, with the people of Palestine, no matter what the conditions. We know right now that the people who are facing genocide are also facing cold. They're also facing the rain, but they're in tents if they're lucky. They're being completely flooded out. They're being completely starved out. They have almost no sense of humanity being given to them by the countries who are blocking the aid, sending the bombs, and facilitating the murder of tens of thousands. So those who are supporting this Zionist genocide hope that we are ground down. They hope that we remain quiet. They hope that after months that we become tired of coming out. Are we tired? Are we tired?
No.
They hope that after months and months of coming out that we'll be demoralized, that we will not want to raise our voices. Are we demoralized?
No.
Are we demoralized?
Absolutely not.
Of course we are demoralized because we are drawing our strength from the millions of people in Palestine who are standing up against unbelievable odds and whose will cannot be broken, whose resistance cannot be broken. Palestine will never die. We want to bring you today a number of fantastic speakers that have helped keep this movement going for months and months to keep fighting this genocide. I'd like to start by bringing to the stage Miriam from the Palestinian Youth Movement.
المجد والخلود لشهدائنا الأبرار والنصر.
It's great to see all the solidarity in chat. Apparently, AC rewound and is now catching up at 2x speed. Godspeed to you, AC. Should be current in about an hour and a half. Yes, something like that. Because I've been no, we've only been going for an hour and a half. It's been short, so it should only be like 45 minutes. Can't wait till everything turns green. Free Palestine. A lot of solidarity. It's beautiful. All right, we're gonna keep watching this. I'm gonna stop talking so much.
Palestine. Glory to our martyrs and victory to the people of Palestine. Every day, the genocide on Gaza continues without pause or interruption. Every day, we wake up to a new horror. Every day, another massacre. Every day, we watch the Zionist enemy wage its war of annihilation against the Palestinians of Gaza. Murder, torture, collective punishment, famine. These are Zionist crimes. The true face of 100 years of colonization, aided and abetted by our own government. And today, millions across the entire world are marching for Gaza. We march for a permanent ceasefire. We march to lift the siege on Gaza. We march to demand aid be allowed into Gaza. We march for our prisoners held in Zionist jails and resisting their captors. And we march for our martyrs to honor their sacrifice. And it is critical now, more than ever, that we march for all the people of Palestine to end the occupation once and for all. There is no more time for us to waver. Every single day moving forward, we have to build this movement. Because right now, we're in a critical moment. The scumbag politicians, the criminals who choose to spend our taxes on war rather than education, healthcare, and housing, they're feeling the pressure more than ever. So it is our task and our duty to make their support for Israel absolutely unsustainable. And here in New York City, we're in the finance capital of this grotesque country. This is where the ruling class profits from the industry of war. This is where millions of dollars are funneled to Zionist settlements, where Zionist institutions make their home in the empire. And this is also where hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers are taking a stand on the right side of history. It's been 5 months now of non-stop mobilization, of building this movement, of shifting the consciousness of this entire country. And comrades, today we're proving that we will continue for as long as it takes. Today we show that we're not just a group of people that will stay home when there's a ceasefire. No, comrades, we're here to demonstrate our eternal commitment to the Palestinian cause. Our eternal commitment to the cause of anti-imperialism. Because this moment is a turning point of world historical significance, and we must seize it, and we must create the conditions for revolution. There can be no going back to what we thought was normal before October 7th, because October 7th shattered the imperialist world order. It gave us an opportunity to advance our struggle, and this moment is only the beginning of our struggle. In our fight, we draw strength from the revolutionaries who came before us. And what of the history of our struggle taught us? What of 100 years of Palestinian resistance taught us? There are innumerable lessons: internationalism, steadfastness, discipline, courage, comradeship. But there's another simple lesson that's critical. What we learn time and again from our revolutionaries is this: that we must know who we are, we must know who is on our side, and we must know how to identify our enemy. What we learn from our revolutionaries is that there have always been people like us. There have always been people like the people of Gaza. There have always been the free people of the world. And we are the forces of liberation and justice.
Okay, cool. I think that we definitely got the picture there. We're going to move it forward slightly more just because this is a super long video. We'll be here until early morning if we watch this whole thing, but I do recommend that everybody here go check out Status Quo News if you haven't already. That is who did this video, and I recommend you keep up to date with the things they're doing over there, as they are seriously on the pulse.
For my family and beloved sister, Queen Jean!
You do? Okay, Vincent. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got a bunch of Status Quo News subscribers in here, but I figured I would just make double sure, especially since we're using their content right now. They're doing incredible ground coverage. Exactly, BCat. My sentiment exactly. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. How y'all feeling? When I say freedom, you say now freedom! 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 Oh yes. We, the people of New York City, we are in solidarity with the innocent families in Palestine. We recognize, thank you. Oh, okay, yes, come on. We gotta have church.
Yeah, that mic sucks.
We gotta have church, thank you. I don't know about y'all. We are angry! We are sick and tired of being told and reminded about the events of October 7th. Come on. Can I make I'm going to make it plain. The reality is, the people who are the real terrorists are sitting in office right now. The people who are the terrorists are the ones who have watched the genocide go on and on and on, and all they fucking do is they eat ice cream when they are asked about what about the starving children in Gaza. Kathy Hochul, you are a terrorist. Richie Torres, you are a terrorist! Eric Adams, you are a terrorist! Chuck.
Chat is very based right now. Very, very based. I commend you. Wait. Why is 8-Ball not answering that question? I want an answer to that question, 8-Ball. What are you doing?
We are holding you accountable. You are a fucking terrorist.
Yep.
Hakeem Jeffries, you are a terrorist. There is no excuse. There is no excuse. The free people, we have been marching. We have seen innocent organizers, family members, my own family. They are here in solidarity, and we will not stop until Palestine is free. We are never ashamed or afraid to say free Palestine. If you are queer, make some noise right now. Make some noise. Hello? Hello? If you are trans, make some noise. And if you have a problem with that, then you are the issue. Because the reality is,
100%.
we are in this fight together. I am your neighbor. I am your sister. I am your choice. We will never draw a line in the sand. That is the oppressor's tactic. We step forward with love. We step forward with determination. We step forward with the will of love and freedom for everybody. Everybody. In this moment, we are watching every day the people. Look at this. Honestly, this is so glorious. This is so glorious. This entire park is filled.
Obsolete Optics. Did you miss our piece on that earlier? Because if you did, you should definitely go back and watch it at some point. I enjoyed it. I don't know about chat if they thought it was funny, but yeah, no, we definitely covered Thomas tuberculosis.
The entire city and country is filled today, but we should not have to do this when they could have called for a permanent ceasefire.
Public service announcement. Looney Tunes has found the airlock command. Nobody is safe.
I've been asking my family, my collaborators, my comrades, what are they afraid to call for a ceasefire? Why are they so afraid? Why are they afraid? Why? Because of capitalism. Because of greed. Because they want to own. They want to have dominion. You will never have the people of Palestine. Never! Never! We will be out here every day, in the rain, in the snow, in the heat. We will be out here even when we are attacked. We have been brutalized. Can you imagine? We are not even allowed to use a megaphone. Can you imagine? will be arrested. Our comrades, their Instagram pages, their organizations, they have been reported. They have been permanently taken down by the corruptness of Meta, of Instagram. Fuck anybody that is not here for true liberation. That's right. Hey. Today, when we take out to the streets, I want you all to recognize.
I gotta say, this is a very serious speech right now, but chat is hilarious, and everybody who deserves to get drop kicked is getting drop kicked right now. Really impressed by your use of the command.
This is important. We know it's important, but truly, this moment is monumental, and it is monumental.
Serious Among Us vibes. Oh my god. Oh my god, Pitchfork. That was revolutionary and revelatory. Oh, you're right. And that was actually the first game I ever played on Twitch. Was Among Us. It's funny that you bring that up.
Because we have said no in the face of oppression, and we have said yes to the true liberation of all the oppressed people. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. All right, we're about to go. We're about to go. Okay. One mic. One mic. One mic. Oh, I don't know. As we know, there are agitators all over this.
I don't think it's physically possible to drop kick yourself out of an airlock. It's actually, as Obsolete Optics has pointed out, very sus. Just incredibly sus. Alright, let's think about that. Just kidding. Alright, back to the serious shit.
Family, one mic! One mic! One mic!
We need a marshal! We need a marshal!
We need a marshal right here to this section.
This guy,
thank you.
Marshal, right here.
Who protect us? Who protect us? Who protect us? Who protect us?
Us.
Who protect us?
The Galactic News Network.
We cannot be the issue and the solution. We will not be the issue and the solution. If you are not here for liberation, get out. If you are not here for the liberation, get out. If you are not here for the freedom of Rome, get out. Thank you.
Seriously, to anybody who's just hanging out, who is a, what do you call it? Like an IDF plant? This is what I say to you.
Don't be creepy.
That's a wrap. We're about to wrap. I thank you, everybody, from the bottom of my heart, because we have seen the terror. I want to say something. Can I make it plain, everybody? Okay, I'll make it plain. They have lied to us. There were never 40 beheaded babies. But we have seen over 13,000 malnourished and starved babies! What shame! They have starved and murdered and killed, desecrated, displaced an entire nation, an entire creed and culture of people.
Yep, send George out the airlock. Yep, it being very efficient, chat. I'm impressed, really am. Not even mad.
And they have remained steadfast on continuing to do it. So today, we will push back. Today, we will rise up in revolution! In revolution! They will never put fear in our hearts because we have already survived. We claim victory today for Palestine. We claim victory. Before I leave, I want you all to share with me.
I'll say this. I don't know if I'm ready to claim victory yet. I claim this is where I'm at with this, because I get the sentiment of what she's trying to say. And this is in no way trying to like disregard her point. Hopefully this is just me providing my own point to this, because while I love the sentiment of us being able to declare victory right now, it's not yet time. We're only talking about a 6-week ceasefire, okay? 6 weeks. That's what Israel has put on the table, quote unquote, if I'm not mistaken. That's not enough. We need more, and until we get what is needed, that's and only then should we be declaring victory. That's just my personal opinion. And if you believe I'm wrong, say it in chat.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. It is our duty to win. We must love and support one another. We must love and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. 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 We march for the people of Palestine and Gaza. Let's go.
All right, thank you. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! How y'all feeling out there? I appreciate that energy because we know the people of Gaza are suffering under genocide, under cold, under rain, in a tent if they're lucky with nothing to eat. So we're doing fine. We're happy to continue to stand here in solidarity with the people of Palestine.
Good to see you, goth dogs. Everybody's showing up today. It's beautiful. By the way, if you haven't already, make sure to hit subscribe on that little YouTube button there, and do consider subscribing to my Patreon, where you can get access to things like this. Space Pool. Hello, this is me, Galactic Streamlord, coming at you live, poolside, where you can get your picture or emote of your choice placed by subscribing to my Patreon. Alright, that isn't fully fleshed out yet, but, you know, go check it out. There's a link in the YouTube. Alright, back to serious things. No more self-promotion. It's gross.
As long as it takes until they reach liberation. Next, I want to bring here to the stage Najwa and Dahlia from the Palestinian Feminist Collective.
Say it with me, everybody. Say it loud, say it clear.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Liberation is near.
Liberation is near.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dahlia. I'm with my sister Najwa from the Palestinian Feminist Collective. We are a collective of Palestinian and Arab feminists, primarily here in Turtle Island, and we resist Zionist violence, oppression, and hegemony in all aspects, including and especially within so-called feminist spaces that attempt to normalize genocide. We assert that Zionism is incompatible with feminism and that Palestine is a feminist issue. So we build our work grounded in love for Palestine and Palestinian people, and we invite you all to join us in shutting down any display of colonial feminism. We must all call out the ways that phony feminism weaponizes language of women's rights and human rights to harm our people and attempt to erase Palestinians. This is part of a larger propaganda project that distorts language of liberation to justify invasion, genocide, occupation, resource extractions, and labor exploitation. They go so far as to spread unfounded racist Zionist propaganda without ever questioning it, as we're seeing all week as the New York Times falls flat on its face. Shame. Many of us all over the global south and BIPOC communities and marginalized communities in the U.S. are extremely familiar with these tactics of dehumanization. Colonial feminism depicts our women as helpless victims in need of saving, while also rendering them disposable, threatening, and deserving of death. Shame. Palestinian men have also been depicted as crude, brutal aggressors, sexual predators, and loveless figures. We will not tolerate this. And perhaps the most painful, even our children are brazenly spoke about as worthless and dangerous. We believe it is critical that these tactics are recognized for what they truly are and do not become normalized. Feminism cannot ever be compatible with any narrative or system of dehumanization and
I think Nightbot might be getting auto blocked by YouTube. That is what I can see. Okay. That's annoying. I made a command. I made a Bushnell command, but I think I must have used language that was too inflammatory, so YouTube says no, unacceptable. Well, I will find a workaround for that, YouTube. Not that what she's saying is unimportant, but I think we should continue forward here a bit just to keep up on time to the March portion of this, which is quite lengthy as well. Joe Biden is already 40. Oh wow, it feels like it was only days ago that he was like 7 years old. Now he's 40, growing like a puppy. Yeah, Nightbot's fine. The comment's getting blocked because I used very inflammatory language, and that's on me. It's not even Nightbot's fault. It's YouTube's fault for suppressing my inflammatory language, which isn't even that inflammatory. It's just descriptive of what happened, of what should happen. It's bullshit is what it is. But I'm going to change it before I even move forward on this, because for fuck's sake, I say what I wants to over here. Thank you, YouTubes. I'm American. Anyway, where did I put the command? Oh, there it is. There it is. Fixing it. This should fix it. All right, try it again. Try it. Somebody try it again. It's everyone command level, 5-second cooldown. You can use it however much you like. 8-ball is oh, that's such a great use of Nightbot. All right, here I can do it. Just want to make sure it works. Come on, Nightbot. Don't get blocked. Don't get blocked by YouTube. Oh no, everybody's doing it. Oh god. What is the problem? Oh my god, Nightbot is still getting censored. What did I even say? What did I even say? This is killing me. This is nuts. It's still too inflammatory. You know what this is? We're getting shadow banned right now. Okay, chat. We're getting shadow banned. Nightbot shadow banned. It's unacceptable. I won't stand here. I won't stand for it. Not while democracy is crumbling in front of me. Oh, for fuck's sake. Nightbot. What word is not allowed? Which of these words is not allowed? Seriously, airlock YouTube. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Looney. Alright, forget it. Forget it. I will figure this out while we're watching this so that everybody isn't crying to themselves deep inside about the lack of content happening. So, here we go. I'll do 2 jobs at once. Yeah. I feel like in some ways when I'm saying that it's being sarcastic, right? Because I don't actually believe it to be the case. It's just what YouTube is claiming. That's why it's taking it down. It believes it's inflammatory, and I'm just basically just saying what's happening, right? Do I actually believe what I'm saying is somehow inflammatory? No, I don't actually believe that. I believe what I'm saying is accurate. I believe what I'm saying is truthful and to some degree researched. So, you know, that's where I'm at. But YouTube thinks that I'm spreading horrible speech, apparently. And since you're all here listening to this right now, and I'm talking about it nonstop, this is what I have written down now. And this is toned down from what I said originally, okay? Command Bushnell. Bushnell's act was not in vain. Spread his message far and wide. Ceasefire now. What word in there is inflammatory in nature? And that's what's killing me right now. No, it's not like what Trump says, because nothing that Trump says gets banned from anything. It's all speech of a former president. Oh, that's not how you spell that. Well, let's hope that worked. Either way, I'm going to move forward.
Alright guys, give me a few seconds. I gotta change this battery out.
I gotta work around, I think, chat.
I can't tell you how difficult this is to do everything in the rain like this. Alright, I'm gonna get ready to start marching.
Oh my god. That was it. It was his name, literally. It was his name. Look at it, chat. I just switched out Bushnell with He Who Will Not Be Named in this sort of ironical Harry Potter reference. That is gross. That is gross. I can't believe that they've already jumped on that and said, no. You can't say this. A command bot can't say this. That's unacceptable. Wow. So much for free speech, I suppose. Okay.
Well, to cover the march, smash that like button, share the stream. I'm not sure how much battery life I have on the live view, but I'll be out here until it goes out. So So thanks for sticking to that. All right, here we go.
Maybe it was Nightbot, not YouTube. I find it slightly doubtful, but it's possible. It's certainly possible. I've seen YouTube censor so much speech lately that they feel like the the immediate culprit that comes to mind. You heading off to bed? Alright, anti-corporatist, you can get some sleep. Joe Biden is already 50. Something, what's in a pressure cooker? They made the recipe for extremists, and they still are, but I hear you saying a lot of the same thing. Wait, what are you? I'm sorry, I'm missing what you're saying. Sorry, Goth Dogs, I didn't understand the context of what you're saying.
Hey guys, so if you're wondering about the numbers, there are tens of thousands of people out today.
And it is
not just in the thousands, tens of thousands of people. I can't get an accurate number on how many tens of thousands, but it's definitely up there.
I really don't think we need Nightbot for that question, obsolete.
We charge you with genocide! Biden, you can't hide! Biden, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Netanyahu, you can't hide! Netanyahu, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Free Palestine! 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 Free Palestine!
Look at it from the angle that he gets. You can see just how far the protest goes. He's so good at what he does, you know. Anyway, yeah, can I keep watching this? Honestly, I don't even want to interrupt too much. Just gonna go slightly forward, just so that we're not taking literally all night with this one video. I've got a bunch more stuff I wanted to cover. Hopefully, I'll get to it. Bunch of crazy stuff happening with Nightbot over here. Looks like Nightbot got airlocked, as well as started shilling for Israel, it looks like. Alright, yeah, I think I got the gist. Bunch of internal conversations happening here, it seems.
I wonder if SRG knows that it's against the law to ride your bike on the sidewalk. Not that it makes a difference, though. Those cops don't follow the law.
gotta say, I am struggling to pause this video, but I just want to say it's so good, not only to see this protest happening, and to be able to have this kind of coverage from Status Quo News, but to have all of you people here with me to kind of go through it together. It's a blessing, honestly, because oftentimes it's easy to feel disconnected up here in this space station. So I appreciate all of you. R.I.P. Nex. Yes. My dogs haven't heard that quote, but I've heard many extreme ones from him. BB is quoted as saying, "We control the height of the flames, and there's no doubt much of this is calculated." Yeah. Yeah. Sounds like a BB original.
Cops on this side and right here.
I don't know if you just saw it, but that frickin' SpaceX satellite or whatever that was, Skynet thing, almost hit the frickin' space station. That was a near disaster. Here come the stormtroopers. Look at them all. They've each got like 10 plastic handcuffs ready to go. For the love of God. Damn, that's a lot of people. This is amazing. You're looking forward to a proper investigation of what really happened of October 7th. Well, we are so many months down the line. That kind of stuff needs to happen immediately for it to be truly efficient. But I totally agree with your estimation of things there. Goth dogs. That is 100%. And thankfully now, because of one of the videos we watched earlier today, UN observers, or at least UN workers, have been allowed into Gaza. So that is the first step. First in many necessary steps to get to the point of having a rational and proper investigation into what happened. Oh, undoubtedly it was barbaric too. Yeah, no, that's unquestionable. But we've been taking Israel's word, at least the Western media has, for every single thing that's happened there. Meanwhile, you know, reality. So, you know.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Oh, never mind. I guess I was wrong. Good to see you, Morbius. Good to see you. I hate to do this, but how much longer is there? There's over an hour and a half. I have to move forward, chat. I'm sorry. We're going to push forward through this march. They go for quite a ways. Just for context, I'm about to scoop forward about 17 minutes. Because if I will not get to anything else I wanted to do today. Such a great video. Once again, if you have the urge to watch the whole thing, please go to Status Quo News and subscribe to that channel. I just realized I think I do more plugs for other channels than I do for myself. I could be wrong. But I feel like that's like half of my job these days. Okay, back to it. right back, chat. I will be watching with you, but I just gotta make myself a protein shake so that I don't wither away and die right now.
All right, for those of you wondering, we are marching up 6th Avenue. We are just almost passing Herald Square, West 34th Street. Not sure where the march is going, but we are marching up 6th Avenue.
Alright, chat. I am back. Sorry for the delay. Just needed food. Not literally starving. I'm fine. I wasn't going to pause the video just to say goodnight to Looney Tunes, who I value, but goodnight, Looney Tunes. However, Obsolete Optics has prompted me to stop the video. That is hilarious to me. I love the fact that you're currently watching at 2x speed, just like AC. I gotta say to all you people, I love you all. And the view time on my videos has absolutely skyrocketed. I might pull up those numbers later tonight after we get through the Palestine stuff and get on to less serious stuff. But yeah, you all have been so supportive, and I just appreciate it so much. So salute to all of you Galactic news heads. All right, let's keep it going. Yeah, I tried about 7 different variations. Absolutely, it's funny. Yeah, you're behind by about, I think, like 30 minutes or so, 45 minutes or so. But yes, Airman Bushnell's name was getting blocked in our Nightbot commands about 7 different ways. I tried literally over and over again until we finally found a command that worked. But it's disappointing. It's disappointing to see. You know, it just feels wrong to try and scrub his name from history, and hopefully they will see the error of their ways and change that soon. But right now, it's just a sick and sad reality. Yeah, you can type it in chat. That hasn't been blocked, but for the bots, it's been blocked.
So we can throw them away. By the people of New York City. Block 12.
That is great. That is great.
great. He always, so every protest he brings a watermelon.
Wait, did I miss something? Are we referring to the IDF as the IOF now for some reason? I think I must have missed it. Somebody explained that one to me.
And then at the end of the protest, he cuts it up, and everybody shares the watermelon.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that. That makes perfect sense. The Israel offensive force, the Israel occupying force. These are all much more apt. It's much less defensive. Wow. Look at it. Nightbot is scrubbing Aaron Bush now. And I think it's actually Chat GPT that powers that bot. It's completely two different things. Soul Life, just so we can make clear what's happening here in chat, Soul Life, who is a mod on this channel, set up Nightbot with an AI chatbot from Chat GPT that answers questions by scrubbing, or not scrubbing, but grabbing data from the web. But that's interesting. It's pretending like Aaron Bushnell doesn't exist, and that is gross. That is fucking gross. Okay. Soul Life isn't currently here. He's usually sleeping during streams. We're lucky if we get him here, but he is a mod technically, because he's very helpful when it comes to these things. And the Chat GPT bot is very enlightening today, even more so than expected, with all this nonsense of scrubbing Aaron Bushnell from the fucking internet. That's garbage.
Guys, I'm gonna try and get to the roof. See if we get up there. All right, hang out. It's nice to be out of the rain, though.
Robert G. Ever the comedian over here, of course. Still 20 minutes behind obsolete. Okay. You're catching up, I can tell. That's it's impressive what you've managed to do so far. I think I might push forward again just so. Oh, whoa. What is happening here, though? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Make sure we don't miss any context for this. For what? I didn't see him attack anybody. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Here we see the NYPD arresting people for using free speech. Okay, better make some examples out of people here. Can't let these tax dollars go to waste.
Guys, this is fucking chaos. They are fucking pushing on people.
Wait, you two saw this live? Gabby and Begat? That's awesome. I was unfortunately detained by other things, but I saw it right before I was going live, so I figured we would definitely watch this, as his coverage is amazing. And so, yeah. Jesus Christ. Why even push him? What's the point of that? Listen to them, they sound like they're at war right now. Some sort of battle. Oh, you're saying Robert G might have been live there for a little bit. Oh, like you're saying like he was also watching. That makes sense. That makes sense. My dogs. Wait, no, who said that? No, it's Pitchforks. Yes, that's actually from that skit that you're talking about. Are We the Baddies? Is from oh no, I can't even think of it right now. Oh yeah, why can't I even think of that? Good lord. I'm gonna think of it. I'm gonna think of it. It's a hilarious skit. And I wonder if I'd get copyright struck for watching it. Kind of want to watch it.
Fuck the cops! Keep going! Everyone needs to keep going! They're trying to shut the march down! Keep going! Don't let them shut the march down! Keep going!
But why the skulls? I just don't understand. No, absolutely, it's Mitchell and Webb. I just looked it up. Absolutely, yeah.
Come down, come down. punched me! The NYPD punched me! That's why my lip is bleeding! They kidnapped someone! They kidnapped someone! And when we demanded to know
This is hard to watch.
they grabbed more of us! In the process, I was punched in the face by the cops! In the process, I was punched in the face by the cops! They had our neighbors face down on the pavement! Face down on the pavement! While they put knees on their backs!
Guys, I hope you're sharing this. I hope you got that. Please share. Please show what the NYPD, the thugs, the gang of the NYPD have done to this peaceful march.
Run, cameraman, run. The arrest. Yes, I think both of those things. Although the first one, he does not back down. What is his name? Why do I want to call him John? I think it's James. I think his name is James. Guy who does the camera work for Status Quo. Doesn't run. Doesn't run. Seems like he's always there. Keeping track of stuff. Jackbooted thugs. Our protest needs to evolve. We need to use the same tactics for 200 years, and they have evolved to suppress those same tactics for 200 years. Maybe more effective. I can't say you're wrong. I'm just it's John. Thank you. I'm just wait, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a better way. What's the better way? I mean, right now, at least we are gathering together in protest of this, in a way, you might say. But you're right, we do need to evolve. Alright, Morbius. Yeah, you take care, you be safe. I will say, I knew that this was going to be another rough day, so I did bring some. There will be some levity at the end of the stream. Just, I'm just edging you all on that with atrocities. It's a new form of edging. It's called atrocity edging.
They're using metal cuffs. They have hundreds of zip ties, and I am in metal cuffs right now.
Wow, pitchforks. Wow. Totally fair, I would say. And I think we did get the full picture of this, essentially. There was a bit more, but I think we've probably gotten through as much as we need to of that 4-hour-long stream. I don't know how long that went for. I think we did about an hour and a half. So I cut it down a little bit, but alright, folks. Moving on. Yeah. Yeah, it's a ridiculous idea. Alright, what is next? Ah, shit. Fuck. Why do I have so much to handle? Okay. Next video is... This is slightly less recent. Wait, why am I on this page? Go back. There we go. Okay. Moving on from the protest. This is from 5 hours ago, so this was essentially while the protest was happening. Excuse me. This is a video from Global News entitled U.S. Gaza Food Aid Airdrop Dismissed by Protesters Dropping Some Food, Dropping the Bombs. Okay. Whoops. Hey, Soul Life is here? I didn't see Soul Life. Where's Soul Life? Oh, I see you. I see you, Soul Life. Good to see you, pal. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. I should have been ready for this one. There are subtitles I gotta read. American officials said the U.S. military carried out its first airdrop of humanitarian aid into Gaza on Saturday. Will this be enough for a school? Is this enough for 10,000 people? This is the aid they're dropping. We have land crossings. It's better to send aid via crossings. And better than airdropping via parachutes. Parachutes and its aid is not enough. Egypt should open its crossings and let the trucks get in normally. 100%. The U.S. is part of this crime against Gaza. Today, America is trying to buy our silence by sending us aid. It's better for us to live in war than to get aid from America. Wow. That's a rough sentiment to hear. Outside of Israel's embassy in Washington, D.C., protesters demanding a ceasefire in Gaza dismissed the U.S. airdrop of humanitarian aid and said that the Biden administration should stop supplying military weapons to Israel. Great point.
We're dropping some food and we're dropping the bombs and the tanks and the bullets and everything else at the same time. That's what he's got to do. Stop sending the money and the weapons.
I mean, if the President Biden was...
Man, this is super quiet.
To care, first place, he wouldn't send all those over 200 airplane with the bomb, send it to the Israel for Netanyahu and his gang to bombard them and level the whole strip of the Gaza.
I think that it's very, I think it's almost kind of silly for him to shut down, or for him to, you know, for America to vote down a ceasefire 4 times, then go, oh, but here have some rotting fruit and some food that we don't really want.
Yeah,
so,
this young man
you know,
is right.
Have that, even though we're also supplying your oppressor with weapons, with food, with resources, with money. So obviously, it's better than nothing, but it is what I believe to be a distraction against, all of the negatives that are going on.
We also honor the life of Aaron Bushnell, who sacrificed his life outside of this very embassy in an act of extreme protest. He was an active member of the U.S. Air Force who saw this country's complicity in genocide and left the world saying the words, "Free, free Palestine." We now ask for a moment of silence in honor of our martyrs and Aaron.
Okay. Pause.
Right now.
Pause. Okay. Obsolete objects finally caught up. Impressive. Impressive. You've been working at it all stream. Or it feels like all stream. Good job. Yes. Jinx obsolete. Jinx. Yes, so this next video is it came out earlier today on Bernie Sanders. I think it was footage from earlier in the day on CBS, but it came out about 5 hours ago on Bernie Sanders' channel on YouTube, saying stop this war right now. No more money for Netanyahu's government. So let's see what he has to say.
And this is really makes me sick. Hundreds of thousands of children are facing starvation. And we saw what happened yesterday. Not just Israeli soldiers shooting. They were shooting because people were desperate to grab food off of the truck because very few trucks get in. Now, what bothers me immensely, and I voted against this provision, on top of all of this, a lot of those guns and weapons used by the Israeli army are paid for by U.S. taxpayers. And there's a proposal to put another $14 billion into Israel, $10 billion for unfettered military equipment. And I do not believe we should continue to support the Netanyahu government. No more money for Israel. Stop the war right now. Now, you asked the right question. All right, Hamas is a terrorist organization. Who wants to destroy Israel? At the end of the day, there's going to have to be intensive negotiations. I hope there's a new generation of leadership, Palestinian leadership, that can work with a new generation of Israeli leadership to finally bring peace to that troubled area.
I gotta say, I have two things to say about those words from Bernie Sanders. One, it's about time. And two, for fuck's sake. Because seriously, it's taken him about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, like four full months now, almost, I think, if I'm doing the math right, to say anything that was remotely helpful to this situation. Did I say pause it like I was Sam Cedar? That's funny. That's funny. I have watched a lot of Sam Cedar, so that's probably, someone that I draw a great deal of inspiration from, and I wouldn't be shocked that if I used a couple Cedarisms around here. Okay, let's move on. Next state. I'm gonna skip this one. Actually, no, we'll watch it. We'll watch it. This one is detailing more about the aid that was dropped.
President Fellow at the Center of Conflict and Humanitarian Studies and co-editor of Jadaliyya, which is an online magazine. He joins us now live from Montreal. Thank you for joining the program. So what
How does one negotiate with a settler colonial apartheid state that is hell-bent on genocide and ethnic cleansing? It's a great question. I don't think Bernie's taking questions right now, but you should definitely ask if you can to get the opportunity. I said what this was, right? Yeah.
is your reaction to these aid drops coming from the U.S. today?
Well, I think it's worse than useless. It's the equivalent of putting a Band-Aid
on a metastasizing tumor and then claiming a medical breakthrough. Every aid organization that is involved, every serious analyst who has looked at this has indicated that there is severe hunger and malnutrition throughout the Gaza Strip, that famine is imminent, that children are already dying because of lack of access to food, and most importantly, that the only way that this can be addressed is through a massive infusion of urgently needed aid over land. The United States, which is a full partner in Israel's genocidal onslaught on the Gaza Strip, and which is a full partner in the siege of the Gaza Strip, is seeking to divert attention from its role and from Israel's role, and seeking to provide legitimacy to the siege by dropping a few thousand meals ready to eat from the sky, which again, everyone who has looked at says this is a drop in the bucket and will make no meaningful difference to the overall situation in the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the point that I wanted to take away from this video here, because it's 38,000 meals sent for supposedly 500,000 people that are currently in danger of starving to death. But there's at least, I believe, 1.5 million Gazans, and they're all technically starving to almost the same degree, each one of them. And so I would argue that number's higher probably. And so 38,000, and even if we're being conservative and fair, 38,000 isn't even 10% of 500,000 or 500,000. So, you know, do better. We can definitely do better. Sam Cedar's a little too performative for me. I can't get behind that on this channel. I can't get behind that. Anybody listening, I don't support that statement. Honestly, I love Sam's performance. You know, I feel like he's able to make things that are very difficult fun. Oftentimes, not always, but almost always, and it's good. And he's also brilliant. He happens to know quite a lot. You know, he's not a historian or anything, but you know, he's able to provide pretty good context, I feel like, to most things, and bring humor. To be fair, we almost have a 100-year-old pact with Israel. That's true. It's been a while. Not quite 100 years, but it's been quite a while. We're going to watch a few more seconds of this, and we're going to wrap it up to the next one.
Other countries, including Qatar and Jordan, have also dropped aid into Gaza this way.
Yes, there can be no defense of the U.S. role in the genocidal onslaught of the Gaza Strip. I'm sorry. You're correct that other countries have also engaged in airdrops, but the only reason that they're engaging in airdrops is because Israel, with the full and unconditional support of the United States, is preventing the delivery of sufficient amounts of aid over land. And I think what the U.S. is trying to do now is to, as others have noted, legitimize the siege and legitimize a genocidal onslaught by throwing a few packets of food from the air at the starving population.
Exactly. Okay, that was all I really needed out of that one. And the whole piece is great, and if you want to watch the rest of it, it's at Al Jazeera English. But we must press forward so that we can maybe make it to something fun by the end of the night. Fingers crossed, chat. Fingers crossed. Okay, this is from 4 hours ago. Why am I doing it like that? That is a terrible plan. Good God. Yeah, and to be fair, absolutely, my dogs. People like different things. And hopefully you enjoy this stream. And yeah. Hopefully I can continue to provide people with information and fun. What's next? Yes, okay, so the next one is a story regarding, it's also from Al Jazeera English, saying U.S. says Israel has not turned down ceasefire framework but is waiting on Hamas's response. So, well, we'll see what the state of things are here.
Meanwhile, the White House says there's a framework agreement on the table for a 6-week ceasefire in Gaza. Israel has not turned it down. Well, now the wait is on for Hamas to agree. Talks are ongoing here in Doha, with parties hoping to have a deal in place by Ramadan in around a week's time. Well, Rosalind Jordan joins us live now from Washington, D.C. Rosalind, so talk us through what we've heard from U.S. officials then.
U.S. officials briefed reporters here in Washington earlier on Saturday to say that they have a framework in place for a 6-week pause or ceasefire in the war on Gaza. According to these U.S. officials, the Israeli government has more or less signed off on the deal, and now everyone is waiting to hear from the leadership of Hamas on whether it will meet its obligations under the deal, namely to release a number of captives held in Gaza who belong to one of 4 categories: the elderly, women, the sick, and the injured. Now, so far, there has not been any response from Hamas, but U.S. officials said that they were continuing negotiations, not just in Doha, but with partners in the region in order to try to make this framework, which they're now calling the first phase or phase A, to get to the next step, which would be one step closer to an end to the war in Gaza.
Yeah, Rosalind, just a few days ago, President Biden seemed to be rowing back on the prospect of an imminent deal, but now it appears a deal is back on the table.
Well, that's because you saw a renewed burst of diplomacy, of high-level diplomacy, after Thursday's incident in Rafah, in which Israeli troops...
You like this? This is more of your cup of tea? Wow, that is a compliment among compliments. I appreciate that one. Pitchforks, good Lord. Not something I was expecting to hear anybody say, ever. Let alone, how many days in are we now? 2 weeks?
Fired on civilians who were greeting a convoy truck that was bringing humanitarian aid. The Israelis claim that they felt threatened by some in the group. Those on the ground say that the Israelis simply opened fire without justification. There are investigations underway. But because of that incident, U.S. officials were very worried about having this negotiated 6-week ceasefire fall apart after weeks of negotiations between Doha and Paris and Cairo. And so the renewed sense of optimism, if we can call it that, is because officials on Saturday here in Washington believe that there is still this commitment to try to get this this ceasefire.
Did anybody hear if they were planning on releasing Palestinian prisoners? Because I didn't hear that in there at all. I don't want to go back, and I'm pretty sure I didn't hear it, which is why I'm questioning it right now.
In place before the start of Ramadan.
And Ross, just a final thought to you. We're hearing that Israeli War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz is due to travel to Washington to hold talks with Vice President Kamala Harris. What more do we know about this?
Well, there are numerous news reports here in Washington suggesting not only that Mr. Gantz will be in Washington in the early part of the coming week, but that he is supposedly going to meet with the Vice President Kamala Harris, as well as with the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on Monday. According to these reports, the 2 U.S. officials are talking everything Gaza with Benny Gantz. They're talking about the need to increase dramatically the amount of humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people living inside Gaza, efforts to try to engage in some sort of prisoner swap undergirding that 6-week ceasefire, and trying to actually get to a point where you can get one step closer, not just to ending this war, but to trying to set up the framework for the eventual establishment of a separate Palestinian state. There is a lot there, and it is noteworthy that Benny Gantz reportedly is making this trip without the support or permission of the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. So it'll be very interesting to see, once all of these reported meetings take place, to see what that impact is on the ongoing efforts to set up this framework for a 6-week.
No, it will be very interesting. And it doesn't sound like they're planning on releasing any Palestinian prisoners, which I would say is probably not an oversight, but a poor decision on their part, as I'm pretty sure Hamas is not going to be a fan of that sort of deal. Could be wrong about that, but I am very hopeful for a ceasefire and end to all this, so hopefully we can, everybody can get there, but what's happening here? You like Dr. Rashad? Hey, that's not depressing. I mean, he's had some pretty good stuff that I've seen. There's so many dragons. I feel like there's like a half a dozen leftist chat dragons out there. Of course, only the best YouTube chat dragons watch Galactic News Network. Wink, wink. Okay. Last one on Palestine before we get to some fun stuff. So this is a quick video from Reuters showing a protest march, another protest march in Israel. This was later in the day. Thousands of Israelis joined the families of hostages in a protest march to Jerusalem. Damn, that's a lot of people.
We are here marching in support of the families of those who have been kidnapped, wishing that they will be released soon and be safe, and we're praying for them and every step that we're taking.
I'm here also because I think that all the rest that the government is saying is a lie. We cannot stop the Hamas. We cannot finish their regime. We cannot take power again. Israel cannot go back into to Gaza and occupy the Palestinians there.
Yeah.
We need to find a solution.
That sounded very reasonable to me. I wasn't expecting that necessarily, but that sounded super, super reasonable coming from that Israeli civilian. Thank you. Thank you for that. Nice to be, what's the word? Pleasantly surprised. That's the phrase. Okay, on to something very, very serious.
A sunset sail off the coast of Spain, disrupted by killer whales, also known as orcas, slamming themselves into this 66-foot sailboat.
Yeah.
The pod of orcas destroying the rudder, piercing the hull, water rushing on board. One sailor calling it quite terrifying. The crew doing their best to scare the orcas away and to pump water off the boat. It's part of a wave of orca attacks, at least 3 boats sinking in recent weeks. Researchers saying orca encountered...
If you haven't figured it out yet, this is, in fact, me doing a take on the orca uprising that has been happening across the globe. And I have a surprise guest coming later to illuminate.
...in the area have been increasing since 2020. More than 20 interactions recorded just this month. Last year, 207. Including this one in the Strait of Gibraltar, an orca seen chewing on a piece of the boat. Now, marine researchers are asking why. There's no clear answer, but many believe the behavior is learned, orcas mimicking each other's behavior.
I'm not really seeing them necessarily as like aggressive attacks.
Is it possible this is just the killer whales playing?
Absolutely.
Oh, they're not playing.
But another theory recalls the plot of the 1977 cult classic film Orca. A killer whale seeking revenge after a boat kills one of its friends. Luckily, no deaths have been reported, but a growing number of sailors have been left with a whale of a story. Josh Letterman, NBC News.
Okay.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel.
Sure. No, excuse me. Not that. We got more orca stuff to cover. This is serious, folks.
In 1987, an orca in the Puget Sound was seen sporting an unusual new accessory, a dead salmon worn on her head like a hat. The behavior started out with just one orca balancing a fish corpse on her head, and it spread to others, even into other orca pods. Over time, the behavior died out, so
Organize, yes. We must team comrade orcas. Orcas organize and unite. Orcas united will not be divided. They should have never freed Willie.
you probably won't spot any fish-wearing orcas out on a whale watch anytime soon. But the whole thing was a charming, if smelly, case study in how seemingly random behaviors can become trendy in orca pods. But decades later, orca trends started getting dangerous. It's the early 2020s, and along with everything else going on in the world, orcas in the Strait of Gibraltar have been sinking boats. They're targeting specific kinds of boats, like sailboats, and they seem to know how to do the most damage by attacking the rudder. Now, an orca occasionally whacking into a boat is nothing new, but the number of these interactions seems to be increasing. In 2020, there were only 52 recorded incidents of orcas purportedly attacking boats in and near the Strait of Gibraltar. But by 2023, there were as many as
You hear that, folks? 207 recorded interactions, which sank at least 3 yachts. These orcas get it. These orcas get it. These yacht owners deserve a little bit of justice. Whale justice. Take a look at this graph for me. Excuse me. If you take a look at this very, very serious graph in front of you right here, as you can see, the orcas are gathering their numbers and ready to strike back against the capitalists. And here to talk to me today I have got Free Willy to talk to me. Yes. Good to have you, Free Willy. Really appreciate you taking the time to come here and talk to us about this orca uprising. Please, tell me more. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you speak up? That's better. Thank you. Oh, wow. So you're saying that the oceans have been destroyed by humans? And you're trying to tell us that we should stop destroying the oceans? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, can we come to a truce? Maybe. What would make you guys happy? Okay, so you're saying if we stop polluting the oceans and causing you... Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, right, absolutely, and I hear you loud and clear. I know that your time is very short, but I really appreciate you coming and talking to me about that. I'll do whatever I can on my end. Unfortunately, I'm not in charge of that. Oh, I'm sorry. You said stop overfishing as well? Okay, I will remember that. Thank you. Alright, people. Well, that was a fantastic interview. Really appreciate Free Willy for coming on to the show just now. On to some other things, and just remember what he said. If we can just stop over-polluting the oceans and overfishing, the orcas are willing to a truce. I hope you all enjoyed that short bit of shenanigans. Alright. Next video. Oh, now we're just gonna we're gonna just have fun for the rest of the night. We're gonna dunk on Ben Shapiro and talk about how he's not capable of debating anybody but children. You can't wait to rub that interview in Letter Hack's face. It's a very serious interview. That will be breaking news by morning. Okay, on to slightly more serious things, but not really. This is old. This last one is this next one, not last one. This next one's old. This is from The Guardian. It's when Andrew Neil had Ben Shapiro on to talk. And I love this video. It just makes me laugh and laugh. So we're just gonna do it.
Why is it that a bill banning abortions after a woman has been pregnant for 6 weeks is not a return to the Dark Ages? What's your answer?
My answer is something called science. Human life exists at conception. It ought to be protected. Now, back to my question to you. You
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
purport to be an objective journalist. BBC purports to be an objective down-the-middle network. It obviously is not. It never has been. And you as a journalist are proceeding to call one side of the political aisle ignorant, barbaric, and sending us back to the Dark Ages. Why don't you just say that you're on the left? Is this so hard for you? Why can't you just be honest?
Such an idiot. He's such a fucking idiot. Oh god. Just for fun. Let me look at Andrew Neil real quick. He works for The Economist and worked for the Conservative Party in Britain. And Ben Shapiro just assumes that because he has a British accent that he's this like liberal, like SJW, but he's really an asshole. Oh god.
Mr.
Seriously,
Shapiro,
it's a serious question.
Mr. Shapiro, if you only knew how ridiculous that statement is, you wouldn't have said it. I just
Really?
asked you a question.
And I asked you a question. You failed to answer a single one of mine. Frankly, I find this whole thing a waste of time. If you want to read the book and critique the book, why don't you read and critique the book? If you want to critique me, you can think whatever you want of me.
Why don't you?
Like Jesus, I say that.
Try and
I don't
answer
care.
the
I don't frankly
questions.
give a damn what you think of me since I've never heard of you.
And I've never heard of you until I briefed myself for this. But that's not the issue. You have a
Then
new
why the hell
book
are you
out,
interviewing
and
me,
it's
sir?
it's an interesting book. But my point is, your book claims
Well,
that
it'd be
society.
nice if you would quote it from time to time.
Your book is well, actually, I've done so several times, and I'm about to do so again. If you would let me just finish the question. Your book
frankly, I don't
claims
think
that
this, you know what?
society
Honestly,
is turning
honestly,
its
sir.
back on Judeo-Christian.
The fact is, like, this is the epitome of like the whole point I'm going to be trying to make here while we watch a couple of Ben Shapiro interviews, because whenever there's an actual adult in the room who's ready to like get a question answered, Ben Shapiro fucking crumbles. Dude is just used to barnstorming, whatever it's called, railroading people by talking too much and sounding like a fucking dweeb. And looking like a dweeb, sounding and looking like a dweeb, and putting people off with that, and hoping that they don't try and interject, and like, because he won't let people make points, right? And he will only like continue to make his arguments without actually ever answering any questions that really he doesn't have a quip for, or that he doesn't have a good answer for, and he's a fucking coward.
Values.
Yeah,
And he doesn't get his wife wet. Soul Life is right. Soul Life is totally right about that. But she says it's a medical condition, so she is a doctor after all.
What are those values?
considering
what are the values it's turning its back on?
I'm not inclined to continue an interview with a person as badly motivated as you.
I don't want reality
as an interviewer, so I think we're done here. I appreciate your time, sir.
All right.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
thank you for your time and for showing that anger is not part of American political discourse. Now, Mr. Shapiro, we'll say goodbye.
So punchable, so punchable. I see you there in chat, and There is something about his face.
It does seem to me that there are some things.
Okay, this is an interview that happened a month ago. It's not really. I guess it's not an interview. It's supposed to be a debate, and it is a debate in a way. It's weirdly. It throws me off because of the lighting. It makes me feel. It makes it feel very intimate. But if you miss this because you've been watching so much other stuff, I figured we'd all kind of check in on where Ben Shapiro is with things these days, biblically.
Within religious scripture that do need to be taken seriously and do need to be taken essentially at face value. That is some of the very specific...
By the way, public service announcement. That was not me advocating to punch Ben Shapiro in the face. It was just me remarking on his face's shape and its aerodynamics. So don't come at me with stuff. All right? All right.
It does seem to me that there are some things within religious scripture that do need to be taken
creepy AF, to be honest. Good point.
Don't be creepy.
Seriously, and do need to be taken essentially at face value. That is some of the very specific legalistic commandments of the Old Testament, for example.
Google Slappy the dummy. Okay, hold on. I'll do that while we're watching this.
Bible, I should say. These are not. When people list these and say that these are potentially morally problematic and may have done something towards hindering, for example, like I mentioned earlier, the abolition of slavery in the United States. Of course, there was a great deal of religious influence on both sides, which is something that I've already mentioned. But don't you think that this problem could have been solved a lot more easily if there had been a stronger religious tradition of opposition to the ownership of other human beings? Why can't that have been the case?
Okay,
because
so
Scripture quite explicitly condones it.
Right,
and in fact gives you the details of how to do
yes,
it.
So
that's something that couldn't have been done, in other words, because
you've
taken
now I
this,
get to tell me to gloss. So
this moral
here's
principle that's placed outside of meaningful debate.
Before we move on, can I ask, where are we getting these buttons from? Are they from Amazon? You know, you press one and everyone's an atheist.
There's this wonderful thing
these available on the market
that I think you both need to use in this conversation.
Oh, this is serious. Hold on.
Oh, right.
Hold the phone. Hold the phone. We got something very serious happening here. Thanks to one of our beautiful chatters. We're breaking something right now in this moment. Prepare yourselves, folks. This is very serious. We all need to look at this right now. Only look at this. Is Ben Shapiro Slappy the dummy? This is the question we should all be asking ourselves, because that is uncanny. And I, for one, I'm not 100% convinced, but I am. Oh boy, I have questions now. I have more questions than answers. All right, back to this video. If we can get through it with that bouncing around in our heads, my God, that is disturbing. That is disturbing information.
So let's. As far as why didn't the Bible prescribe the perfect world as I would see it, or as you might see it, and the answer is because two reasons. One, as stated right up top, I'm not God. I assume he has different logic than I do. Mm-hmm. Two, the Bible is in an inherently problematic position in the sense that, on the one hand, it's trying to divulge important truths for all time. At the same time, it's talking to a people of a particular time. Yes. And this is a
arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Worn tradition inside Judaism. So to take the slavery example, there is no mandate to hold slaves in the Bible. Right? There are lots of mandates in the Bible. Many, many mandates. There's 613 of them according to my religion, right? That's why I do all these weird things that I do. But
no wonder Ben has no time to make his wife wet. 613? Who's got time for all of that?
But one of those mandates is not to hold slaves. Right? And so the idea of there was a society that existed at the time of the Bible in which slaveholding was not only ubiquitous, it was universal, and which was true for virtually all of human history.
That's right.
And could be justified not just in terms of religious scripture, but in terms of Aristotelian thought. Right? I mean, the great philosophers we like to cite in
Oh my God, Ben Shapiro loves Aristotle so much. Oh, Aristotle. Oh, yeah. Oh, you make me so hard right now. Oh, God. Philosophy.
Sometimes in the secular tradition, are big fans of slavery. And that's true virtually up until the 18th century.
Yes.
So the idea would be, is this verse attempting to woo people away from a tradition of slavery or to humanize the slaves? Or is it attempting to reinforce that by making it harsher and more difficult? And that's why actually one of the things I enjoy doing in terms of how I study the Bible, for example, is I like to look at contemporaneous religious texts of the time. So I like to study the Bible alongside, for example, Hammurabi's Code. And it's really interesting to notice the differences and where the Bible is liberalizing Hammurabi's Code.
By the way, speaking of books, this is something that Chaya Reichik said during her interview with Taylor that we clipped yesterday.
I'm not trying to ban anything.
But you're not trying to ban any books.
Who said I'm trying to ban books?
Are you trying to remove books from libraries?
From public school libraries.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, so she is. Okay, just keeping track of stuff.
For example.
Absolutely.
And so the idea that a divine revelation has to be given to human beings who are capable of following that in the time. Again, that's part of the difficulty of I think rebutting religion in a certain sense, because again, it seems wiggly, but it really isn't, in the sense that if you believe, as I do, in a God who spoke to human beings in some form or fashion and has to speak to them on a level that they can understand, in ways they can understand, then that immediately is going to discount the ability to do a lot of very radical things that would have appeared radical in 1200 BC, but now appear to be commonplace for us.
Yes, I understand this argument, and I've heard it many times. I must say that it seems strange to me that God does...
It really feels sometimes like Ben is edging himself on society's advances. He's like, oh, almost, but can't. Judeo-Christian society.
Seem willing.
I'm sorry, Judo-Christian society. I almost forgot all about Judo-Christian society. Because that, according to Tommy Tuberville, that's what we need to be focused on. Is the Judo-Christian values that we all should support. Anyway, back to Ben here with his brilliant take.
To completely and utterly condemn a bunch of other practices, including, by the way, imaginary crimes like witchcraft, just done away with entirely. And even if it is the case that God, for some reason, couldn't even hint at the idea that maybe eventually we should be moving towards the abolition of the idea of owning human beings as private property, he just had to
hinted at it, but yes.
I still think it's the case that he would not permit a flat immorality, and I think you would agree with that too. And so when I open the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, and when I look at the texts saying that if you lay siege to a city, you can kill, if the Lord delivers it into your hand, you can kill the men and the women, or you can kill the men and keep the women and the children and the...
I wonder how Ben's wife would feel about that. You can see it in his eyes. He's like, oh no. I don't know her name, but Karen. I assume her name is Karen. And he's thinking, oh, Karen would love that, wouldn't she?
And the livestock is plunder, as Deuteronomy says. And in the very next verse, the very next chapter says that, if you see a good-looking woman, and I'm not interjecting that. If somebody finds an attractive woman,
yes, if Toar is the actual Hebrew, yeah,
then they can take them for themselves, and if they want them as their wives, and they take them home, they shave their head, they cut off their fingernails, they give them 30 days to mourn their old husband, who you may very well have just killed, and then you can take them as your wife. When Numbers 31 has Moses instruct the slaughter of the Midianites, saying, kill all the men, and this time the women get killed too, but not the women who haven't slept with a man. And why might that be? And it says that, keep them for yourselves. And I hear all the time that this is some kind of liberalizing process. Maybe it's because, these people wouldn't survive on their own. It's some kind of protective measure to make sure that you're looking after them. If that's the case, then why does it only apply to the virgins? That seems a little bit suspect to me. It's sort of Scripture's littered with these kinds of
Well,
problems.
again, so to go back to the sort of oral tradition nature,
and I don't think
God
would permit a proactive immorality, even if he can't, for some reason, abolish the practice altogether, if you see what I'm saying.
No, that last point I don't see. So when you say even if he can't abolish...
This is literally the brain of Ben Shapiro after hearing that. How do I respond to this right now? I know I've got something for this.
the practice altogether, well,
which already
no,
I think he would be able to do.
Right. So the question is whether he can or whether he can't. If he can't abolish the practice, then the idea of wooing people away from a particular type of sin through a gradualistic process is known throughout societies across human history. I mean, the gradualistic processes are the way that most things get done across human history. And by the way, the universal practice, unfortunately, up till today in many places in the world, is in fact the extreme version of what you're talking.
Hold on, I'm just gonna go back and listen to what he just fucking said again, because that was super dumb, and I was distracted by my own shenanigans. So
I mean, no, that last point I don't see. So when you say even if he can't abolish the practice altogether, well,
which already
no,
I think he would be able to do.
Right. So the question is whether he can or whether he can't. If he can't abolish the practice, then the idea of wooing people away from a particular type of sin through a gradualistic process is known throughout societies across human history. I mean, the gradualistic processes are the way that most things get done across human history. And
so basically, what Ben is saying here for all of us, in case you're not picking up on it, is two things. One, secular society does in fact make choices and improvements that aren't in the Bible, or in the Hebrew Bible, as he's so a big fan of. And here's the other thing that you might not be hearing, but I'm hearing loud and clear, is that if society didn't do it for him, Ben would be all for slavery. In a different world, if Ben Shapiro were born 500 years ago, not even 500 years, he would have been a proud slave owner, because society would have said it's fine and the Bible would have said it's fine, right? That's basically who he is. He always will defer his thoughts to orthodox values and things that people have before him have said. He has no original thoughts, and so that's why when people, ask him questions, like really easy questions, like Andrew, whatever his name was before, was talking to him about, he does a full-on reboot.
Way, the universal practice, unfortunately, up till today in many places in the world, is in fact the extreme version of what you're talking about. Raise everything, kill everyone. Right? That sort of stuff, unfortunately, does take place, even on planet Earth, even in the year 2023. And so the idea of a culture arising from the Bible that not only abolished slavery on its own shores, but then abolished slavery literally everywhere else, which is what Great Britain did. That, again, to separate that off from a tradition that also says that every human being is made in the image of God, right, which is the verse from Genesis, or that you have to treat the stranger well, right, which is repeated more than any injunction in the Bible, right? There are these traditions that are at war with each other inside the Bible, which is why there is this hotly fought kind of argument inside biblical circles about all this stuff, which again is one of the reasons why I said right up top that when it gets to I can't just open the Bible and interpret the text as I would see fit.
You
say, well, I don't like this verse right here.
Contradictory?
What was that?
You say that Scripture is contradictory?
Well, I say that Scripture is, some Scripture is time-bound and some Scripture is not. So the easy one, the sort of easy way to distinguish is that when the Bible says not to do a thing, then that tends...
I'm sure that Ben, in terms of how he treats his employees, as My Dogs is alluding to here, is pretty biblical, right? He probably sticks to the rod must be so big and blah blah blah, but as long as your slave gets up, then everything is fine according to God, sort of boss. Although I feel like it wouldn't be that scary, right? Because Ben's like 5'2". We're not gonna do it today, or maybe we'll do it today. Do a deep dive on Ben Shapiro's actual height, because I think he's probably like 5'2", 5'3". He looks like he's like kind of just a mini person. Nothing against short people, but for a dude who acts this tough all the time, like, oh, I know everything, and blah, 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 I'm going to get your face right now. I feel like him with a cane wouldn't be all that scary for most people. Yeah, I'm not against people who practice religion, just so that's clear. It's just when it becomes my religion needs to be the religion, and everybody should live accordingly, and if they don't, I'm going to legislate it so that that it's a crime not to live that way. That's when I take a problem. That's when I really start taking a problem. And when you start treating your family terribly because you believe God said that you should because of some sort of arcane nonsense, Sorry, I'm just going on and on now.
To be non-time bound.
And when it says to do a thing.
And when it says to do a thing, that may be a temporary permission structure, but it could also be a wooing. And by the way, again, I'm not speaking out of turn here. This has been 1,500 years of Jewish reinterpretation of Esher Yifat to take a quick example, right? The War Bride.
Okay, that's actually enough of this one. We're gonna move on to the next one because that first part was really all I wanted to see. I've seen enough of this. I've watched this before. Now I'm watching it again with you. It's enough. He is a freaking idiot. Ah, God.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
No, you're definitely wrong about that, Jordan. Peter Jordanson. Okay. This next one is, hopefully you didn't miss this one. You probably didn't, but this is Ben Shapiro arguing with students at the Oxford Union like an adult who is, how old is he again? Age. Height 5'9". My dick. Dick is he's 40 years old. Ben Shapiro's a 40-year-old man who's arguing with some students at the Oxford Union. So this one's about specifically about Israel, Palestine. So that's why I want to watch this next one. He says some particularly stupid things about it. So prepare yourselves.
If you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand or membership card. I'm going to go to a very quick member in the middle. Yes, yeah, let's see. Would you like to...
Water.
And find the sliding fence that way. Face that way. Yes. Okay.
So, Ben, your argument was predicated entirely on Hamas. But thousands of Palestinians, including hundreds of minors and children, are being held hostage by Israel without any charge, with well-documentation of abuses, including sexual abuse, which Israel's own human rights organizations have reported. Hamas did not exist for decades after Israel's creation, and they're not in the West Bank. So, if you're going to be arguing about Hamas, how can we ignore that over 200 Palestinians have been killed, including over 40 children, making it the deadliest year for Palestinians in the West Bank before October 7th? That does not even include the killings happening now.
This young woman is making some great points.
Just in 2023. So what justification do you have for that if Israel intends to quote-unquote...
Soul Life. No, Soul Life's young. I think Soul Life's in his 20s. And I'm not 40 yet, you know. I've got some years until I get there.
Go after Hamas.
I mean, what am I talking about? I'm 10,000 years old. I'm Galactic Stream Alert. Wink, wink.
It's killing many people, especially children, under the justification of Hamas. So what justification do you have of them targeting the West Bank, even if we were to buy anything you said, which honestly I'm questioning?
Shut up, Soul Life. You're shut up. No, you're not. You're pretty sure an ex-employee or two have said it's awful there. Yeah, that makes sense, BGAT. That makes a ton of sense.
So the casualties that have been incurred in the West Bank are prior to October 7th. Largely, there have been many since October 7th because there have been many conflagrations between the IDF and...
You notice the way that he frames his beginning of his answer is basically history doesn't exist before October 7th. You know, if you listen to his tone there, let's just rewind it 5 seconds. Listen to it again, because it's the way he puts it in the very beginning, which essentially attempts to negate everything she said by dismissing all the lives lost before October 7th.
Largely, there have been many since October 7th because there have been many conflagrations. So the casualties that have been incurred in the West Bank are prior to October 7th. Largely, there have been many since October 7th because there have been many conflagrations between the IDF and the Palestinian Authority and Islamic Jihad members in the West Bank. There's significant violence over the course of the early part of this year. There's a breakaway group from the Palestinian Authority. It's called the Lions. The Lions were a small terrorist cell, the Lions Den. They were committing acts of terror in places ranging from Jerusalem to areas of the West Bank.
And those people receive backing from the Israeli government, from the Likud party, and Ben is attempting to distance them from Israel. And it is what do you call it? It's like a straw man. Kind of that, yeah.
And the IDF was going in and making operational decisions to kill many terrorists in these areas. There are many areas in the West Bank that have been particularly infiltrated by terrorism. That the city of Jenin would be probably the example of the place that has been most infiltrated by terror groups. It's unfortunate, but Hamas is not the only terror group in the region. Palestinian Islamic Jihad is an excellent example of another terrorist group that has wide presence in the West Bank, more so actually than Hamas. There's a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket, obviously, that fell on that Gaza hospital. The entire world then tried to blame on Israel.
I'm allowed to respond, right? Okay. So if your entire argument, once again, is predicated on terror groups, what response do you have about the Great March of Return, which is a very well-documented incident where peacefully Palestinian civilians just marched to their own land that they have a right to go and return to, but they were killed, shot at, and murdered in cold blood?
What year are we talking about? Which group are we talking about? I need more specificity.
Wow, Ben. I thought that you were like super know-it-all. You need help with this one? For Christ's sake. By the way, I would like to point out, since we are trying to document it, Ben is wearing some nice loafers here. He's only about an inch taller than this chick, and I would say that she's probably not that tall either.
I know I'm asking for more specificity because I'm unaware of all the details of what you're speaking about.
So the Great March of Return is a well-documented instance where many Palestinians, after a tweet by a Palestinian, encouraged other Palestinians to go march peacefully back to their land.
Which land is theirs? What are we talking about?
We're talking about occupied Palestine.
Are you talking about in proper Israel? Where are we talking about? Like which areas?
We're talking about on the borders of Palestine, and we're also
Happened in 2019. Literally like 5 years ago. And Ben Shapiro is somehow completely unaware of it.
talking about their right to return to Palestine.
There is no right to return. If you're talking about in Palestine, if you're talking about the land that is inside the 67 borders, there is no right of return to Haifa. There's no right of return to Tel Aviv. There's no right of return to West Jerusalem.
So you have to remember that there are many elders who are older than the state of Israel. You have to remember that Palestine is not a Muslim land. You are equating this to a religious conflict. It's not. When Palestine, before it was occupied, you had Jews, Christians, and Muslims peacefully coexisting. Palestine is not a Muslim homeland. It's a land that existed where many people that are alive to this day are older than the state of Israel.
So are you making the argument that any population of any time, all of their descendants now have a right to go back to the place that their great-great-great-great-great-grandfathers went?
Great-great-grandfather. We have grandmothers.
Okay, grandmothers, grandfathers. Is that the idea that you
Wow, ridiculous. I mean, first off, the arguments constantly made by Israelis is that they have the right to come back because of great grandfathers and stuff like that used to be from Israel supposedly. And the the Nakba happened in 1949. That's not that long ago. There are people who are still alive that were alive during the Nakba. So no, Ben. And stop attacking students. It's not real cool.
Don't be creepy.
You can walk across the lines of any sovereign state and simply claim the place that you said that you had, even though you never established property rights, and say the Jordanian West Bank, or you abandon this place in Haifa. So your claim is that right now people get to walk across the border of a sovereign nation and simply set up shop in Haifa? This is your claim?
So so even if we were to buy what you're saying, which is obviously not true, I encourage you to Google about the Great March of Return, which was a peaceful resistance against a wrongful occupation of Palestine. Even if you were to buy what you were
Can you just define wrongful occupation? Which part of Palestine is occupied?
answering my question.
I mean, I'd like you to answer mine.
Terror groups. I gave you an example of peaceful resistance.
Yes.
I'll give you an example where people.
Let's remember, Ben Shapiro hates answering questions, so he'll always ask other questions and try and get people to answer those questions rather than having to answer questions himself.
People were wrongfully shot at, including children, and you still can't answer about why that's just their. But even now, a few days ago, you had Palestinian people living in Israel proper, which is occupied Palestine, who are being shot at by farmers on in their gardens and in their farms. And those people are being able to get away with shooting them with total impunity. So why is it
Correct.
That's not true.
No,
Many of those people have been
It's
arrested.
100% true. Very few of those people have been arrested, and most of those people have been given guns by Ben Gvir and are given UBI and given free college and given free health care and are given the right to just do whatever the fuck they want. So shut up, Ben. Stop trying to browbeat this poor young woman who's just trying to get through college without being accosted by your shenanigans.
They're all currently sitting in Israeli jail.
The settler that just shot
I prefer
Palestinian
have been
farmer
arrested.
was not arrested. I encourage you to look into this.
I did look into this morning, and can I please get one answer before you leave, because this is an interesting conversation. Which part of Israel is occupied Palestine?
All of Israel.
There we go. There we go. There we go. So what you're calling for is the obliteration of the state of Israel, and all of this is just a cover for that. I appreciate your time.
Boo. Boo.
And now, like, very cutting treasure.
By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but somebody's made an appearance in the left-hand corner over here. Little friend here by the name of Slappy. Was it Slappy? Slappy the dummy? Something like that. I've already forgotten his name. But he's here. Here to help us understand Ben Shapiro.
Thank you, and may I first say thank you for coming to speak at the Oxford Union this evening. It's a real pleasure. I'm a theology student myself, and I was wondering, how do you reconcile your conservative political views?
Say into the microphone.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile your conservative political views with the religious values of compassion and your own Jewish faith? And your stance on the Israeli-Palestine war?
I don't see why it's uncompassionate to call for the overthrow of Hamas, a terrorist group in the Gaza Strip, which has been oppressing its people and stealing billions of dollars from its own people. Ismail Haniyeh is living in a 5-star hotel in Qatar, while his people are living in absolute misery because of a war that he initiated by killing 1,500 people inside Israel proper and then taking 233 hostages. I don't see why that's non-compassionate. It seems to me that compassion also requires that you obliterate terrorist threats to your own population.
Such a fucking pointless.
I'll go to the member you're here.
Such a pointless individual. Listening to Ben Shapiro gives me headaches, I swear to God. But Israel is committing atrocities. They've been committing atrocities constantly. He refuses to examine any of them. And in all of his answers, that's the missing piece, is the examination of anything Israel has done. Because you notice he really doesn't seem to give any blame to them. They're just a victim in this. They're just dealing with terrorists. That's his framing of everything, and it's gross, and it's wrong. And it's stupid. Wait, what are people saying? Someone's trying to fight the evil. I think you're talking about that young girl. Yes, it would appear that that's what she was trying to do. Yeah, alright, we're gonna keep listening to some of this idiocy here.
Can you all hear me? Alright, what about now? Sorry, what good? Okay, I'll speak up. I'll try my best. Hello, Ben. It's good to see you. I've been watching you since 2015. You started my conservative journey, and here we are. I saw, unfortunately, you had to bring some pretty gruesome photos And I have to say, I hope those photos aren't real, and I have my doubts because recently you posted an AI-generated image of a charred infant corpse.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
that is a
you
lie.
did.
That is
That's
untrue.
factual.
It was not an AI photo. It was not an AI photo. It was distributed by the Israeli government and the Prime Minister of Israel. It was verified by the United.
Oh, it was verified by the United States government, which has been backing up Israel and everything they say without checking. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Ben. That's really great. Wow, so glad we have you here.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Oh my God, he's so stupid. But he's so good at what he's supposed to do, right? And a lot of people just buy into this bullshit, right? Because he says it fast and he sounds smart and he uses sources that sound reputable. Then how can you question it? How can you question it? Well, with a little bit of research.
States government, that fake community note that said that it was an AI-generated photo was in fact taken down by Twitter because it was a fake community note. That is unfortunately not an AI-generated photo. I wish it were. It was a baby obliterated beyond recognition because it had been burned to death.
So is it the word of the IDF in Israel versus the word of
No, actually, it's the photo. It's the actual camera footage taken by GoPro cameras by Hamas terrorists as they invaded Israel proper. I don't have to take Israel's word for it. A lot of this stuff was live streamed.
So, to what extent, as you're posting to social media,
Point out the thing he's talking about was not live streamed, so kind of doesn't even prove his own point. He's just trying to use a second point in order to make his weaker point look better, which is it's an often used argument among theocrats and idiots.
are you willing to make sure the information you're posting is accurate, to not exchange the truth for giving aid to Israel?
I'm certainly doing my damn best. I mean, there's a lot of information flowing around.
Bullshit.
I'm doing my best on that one for sure. 100%. It is a lie that is an AI-generated photo. That is not true in any way, shape, or form. And it shows how it does show how we live in a very dangerous era where anybody can. I mean, this is happening on a routine basis. You're seeing, for example, some of the pictures. They're
We live in a dangerous era where people like Ben Shapiro can say whatever they want and nobody questions them, or there's too many idiots out there not questioning it. That's the dangerous world we live in. People who are taking Ben Shapiro's word for the gospel and somehow enacting idiotic plans accordingly.
horrible pictures coming out from Gaza, and a huge number of those are, of course, absolutely real. You're also seeing people who are repurposing pictures that are taken from Syria and then saying those are happening in Gaza. So, yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of information that's floating around that is hard to kind of lock down and verify. That picture is 100% real, unfortunately.
I sympathize with you because as AI gets more advanced, it becomes increasingly hard to discern information. So I know you bear a lot of
I mean, this is going to be a serious problem as time goes on. Seriously, like the flow of information is going to be more and more uncertain because of that. That I agree with on a general level.
Awesome. Thank you for your time.
No, Ben, what he's saying is that you're stupid. That's what he's saying.
Let's go to member.
Wait, I have so many buttons now I can't remember what they do.
Hey, that's me.
There we go.
Back. Yes. Sorry, it was the member behind you. It was the member at the very back. Yep. I'll come to you after.
Hi. If Israel is justified in killing civilians because of the acts of terror committed by Hamas, why isn't Hamas justified in doing what it did? Because Israel is keeping 13,000 children. It has tried them in military courts.
Yep.
Since the
All true. Ben won't have very good answers for this.
establishment of Israel, 55,000 Palestinian homes have been bulldozed. So why isn't Hamas justified in doing what it did if we use your logic?
So I'm going to answer your question, then I'm going to ask you a question if you don't mind. Is that all right? So
Shocking.
so my answer is that Israel would not be justified in killing Palestinian civilians because of the actions of terrorists. Israel would be justified in attempting to kill terrorists and civilian
Dude, he is doing gymnastics to frame this in a way that portrays Israel in a good light. It's truly... I know I've used it multiple times, but...
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Yeah, I mean, holy cow, he's like a writer. I mean, because the fact is that Israel has been killing civilians indiscriminately with zero evidence of killing Hamas, basically. Zero evidence of all the tunnels that they were talking about being in hospitals and all these other sorts of things. No evidence, no evidence, no evidence, and it's freaking cuckoo bananas town. Yes, Ben Shapiro is Slappy the Dummy personified, which is why we've got little Slappy the Dummy down here for you to help get you through this situation.
Casualties are a cost of war. That is just a reality of life. During World War II, there were 70,000 Brits who died during the Blitz bombing, and there were 2 million Germans who died, civilians who died during World War II. And I don't see a lot of monuments in Britain because of the 2 million civilians who died in Germany. The costs of war are brutal. They are terrible.
But there are monuments in Germany and in Britain for those things, right? Ben makes the dumbest freaking argument sound smart because he just is a freaking nerd, right? Like there's like a 70% chance he was stuck in lockers regularly, and hey, like that's not right. You shouldn't bully people because then you have Ben Shapiro's come from that, and so this is my anti-bullying message for the day.
There's a vast difference in moral scope between deliberately going into a civilian area and murdering everyone you can find and trying to kill a terrorist who is deliberately hiding beneath a civilian area, hiding their rockets in civilian areas, starving their own people. There is a vast difference. Okay, so let me...
And granted, like this was from a few months ago, but at this point, I think we all know who's starving, okay? It's not Hamas starving people. It's Israel starving the Palestinians. So this point is freaking stupid. And I don't know if you'd try to make it right now, but it's just nonsense. It was nonsense then. It's definitely nonsense now.
I get to ask my question if you don't mind. So my question is,
That's right. I always forget he's a failed scriptwriter.
Believe that
he's got a very active imagination.
There's a moral difference between Hamas going into, for example, Kfar Aza and murdering entire families, and Israel attempting to target terrorists and accidentally hitting civilians?
Israel is effectively doing the same because Gaza is the most densely populated region in the world. There are 15,000 people per square mile.
So does Hamas get
Over
immunity
half
because
of the
they're there? So
population's
Hamas gets
children.
immunity. So
Israel has killed 3,500 children in the past 3 weeks. That's more children. That's more children than have died in conflicts around the world in each of the last 4 years.
So just to be clear, your logic is that if you're a terrorist group located in a densely populated community and you hide behind civilians, you're now immune.
Where are the children meant to go?
So you're immune. Okay. That's
Where
a
are they
violation of
meant
the
to go?
Geneva.
Wow. He loves creating straw man arguments and throwing them at kids. I've watched a lot of his like supposed debates with college students, but it's always he's at a podium, they're in the crowd, and he's just throwing nonsense, logical fallacies all over the place. And it's his only way of debating, right? I would love to see him really, truly have a debate in this same style, not in a freaking warehouse filled with lights from 1850 or something, but like actual legitimate debates with people that are not college-aged. Nothing against college-aged people, but for instance, like I'd love to see him actually debate like Norman Finkelstein.
But okay. You're now immune. Your logic is that if you're a Hamas terrorist...
Sorry, since 2005, 23 out of every 24 conflict deaths have been Palestinian. I don't see any moral equivalency there. It's clearly...
That's not to say that this young woman isn't doing a fantastic job of making her point, but it's just annoying as fuck to me that these are the people that he chooses to debate generally. And you get what I'm saying? Maybe I'm over-explaining it, but I just want to be clear.
Just what the IDF has been doing to the Palestinians, because there's a vast disparity between the number of Palestinians being killed and the number of Israelis.
I mean, I would certainly hope that Israel is killing more Hamas
This isn't
members.
a conflict. This isn't a conflict. This is one-sided ethnic cleansing.
So, again, I'm just asking you,
Boom.
if based on the numbers, more Germans died than Brits in World War II, did that mean that the British were wrong in World War II? Because they did. Many more Germans died than Brits, based on the numbers.
He's refusing to examine the power dynamic there, right? First off, I'm not saying that Dresden or any of the killings of civilians in Germany were a good thing or were right, but let's look at the power dynamic. Are Palestinians, or before October 7th, were Palestinians taking over all of Europe? Like, were Palestinians ethnically cleansing people or something like that? No, they weren't. And in the argument he's making, he's basically saying that Germany shouldn't have been bombed because what? Because it was a genocide, and because genocide is bad. But his his argument falls apart when you try to compare it to the situation, because there's no comparing the two. Nazi Germany was taking over all of Europe and pushing into Russia and parts of Africa, the Mediterranean in general, and making alliances left and right and attempting to take over the whole fucking world. And in no way can you say that about Palestine or Hamas or any of the tiny Palestinian militias that exist. Anna likes Ben. Anna Kasparian. Yeah, that's not shocking information. Anna said he's a good faith actor. Yeah, he's a good faith actor the same way Benjamin Netanyahu's a good faith actor. Debates like a 9-year-old. Ben Shapiro wouldn't stand a chance against My Dogs Are Goth in a debate. Oh boy. No bonus hole discussions. Okay. Alright, we'll skip bonus hole discussions for today.
Does that mean that Britain was wrong in World War II?
Britain wasn't bombing civilians. There's a clear difference.
You should talk to the people in Dresden, but you can't because they're dead.
There's a clear difference. Well, I agree that war is horrible, but this is not a just war. What Israel is doing is not a just war. There is a difference between fighting the Nazis.
Here's the thing. This is one of the reasons why. It's when he makes those sorts of assertions. If we had somebody like who did I say before? Like Norman Finkelstein or you know, like who else can I think of right now? But you get what I'm saying. Like he would immediately debunk that garbage, like but like because of the way that he frames it and he uses it at this sort of gotcha moment, and he's a very good public speaker. I'm not going to take that away from him, but like it's hard to, I feel like as a young person, to try and push back in that moment, and I feel for her because I know she knows she's right, and I know she's right, but oh god, it's just such a frustrating fucking bullshit experiment here.
It's not a just war to
fighting the Nazis.
It is not a just war when you fight a war against people who murder 1,500 of your civilians and take 233 of them, at last count, captive into tunnels. It is not a just war to obliterate them. Please name a just war.
Israel's been killing civilians for the past 75 years, and there was no headlines about it, and nobody said that the Palestinians were
Israel
justified
does not purposefully kill
retaliating.
Civilians. Palestinian terrorists do.
Israel has not purposefully killed civilians. Are you willing to stand by that statement?
If Israel put down its guns tomorrow, there would be a second Holocaust. If the Palestinians put down their guns tomorrow, there would be a Palestinian state. That is the reality. And let me ask you this.
There would not be a Palestinian settlement.
I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you this. I'm just going to ask you the last question. The same question I asked her. Which part of Palestine is occupied?
The entirety of Palestine, but
there we go.
I'm not
Thank you
calling
once
for
again.
the destruction of Jews.
I appreciate you expressing your full genocidal.
It 100% is, and he just refuses to accept the facts. Okay. All right. We're gonna end it with this Ben Shapiro nonsense. We've had enough, I think, to move on. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Don't do that. Okay, this next video is a video that just came out a little while ago, entitled "Israeli MP Denounces Tsunami of Fanatic Nationalism in Israel." This is an upfront piece on Al Jazeera. At least I believe it's Al Jazeera. Yeah.
One month ago, the International Court of Justice found that there was a plausible risk that Israel may be committing genocide in its war on Gaza. One of the few voices within Israeli politics supporting this case was Ofer Kasif, a member of Israel's parliament called the Knesset, from the left-wing Arab-Jewish Hadash Ta'al party. When Kasif argued that the ICJ case was a legitimate and necessary investigation, his fellow lawmakers attempted to expel him from the legislature, narrowly failing to do so last week. Ofer Kasif joins me now to discuss the current climate in Israeli politics and society. Mr. Kasif, thank you so much for joining me on Upfront. Your fellow lawmakers tried to expel you from the Knesset because you supported South Africa's genocide case at the International Court of Justice. Although you consistently condemned Hamas's attack and you even lost friends personally on October 7th, your fellow legislators called you treasonous, and they accused you of being a supporter of Hamas. How bad are things right now? How repressive would you say conditions are for those who dissent inside of Israel?
We are on the brink of a fascist dictatorship. Let's be frank. Before the massacre, which you totally and rightly said, I totally condemned, and I lost some good friends there. But first and foremost, ideologically and morally, I totally condemn this massacre, this carnage committed against innocent civilians by Hamas. So this, even before, we know that the government of Netanyahu and his companions, which are thugs, mostly fascist ones, they tried to pursue or carry out a coup d'etat under the sugar-coated term judicial reform. But once the massacre of Hamas was committed, the government has been using this terrible massacre, this terrible catastrophe, as an excuse to pursue with the very same coup d'etat under the smokescreen of the war. Part of it is not only the ongoing massacre and destruction that the government of Israel is responsible for in Gaza. It's also the ethnic cleansing in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, occupied East Jerusalem and the West Bank, but it is also political persecution of any opposition voice that is raised within the state of Israel, mainly.
John Idarola is a good man. Met the guy. Wasn't like the rest of TYT. Met them too. I respect John. Maybe even an asshole for not condemning John and JR with the rest of it. TYT. I don't know. The blue shirt. Oh yeah, it does look super soft. Pitchforks. I totally hear what you're saying about that. Yeah, I'm not here to condemn all of TYT, but Anna Kasparian and Jank, to some degree, have been creating a pretty toxic atmosphere around there. Anna specifically for trans people, just generally speaking. But people like Francesca Fiorentini, John Idarola, absolutely, I still respect. And heck, I hang out in the Bituation room from time to time.
If it comes from Arab citizens, but not only. We are, all of us, leftists, democratic Jews, and as I said, mainly, first and foremost, Arab citizens, we are all under an ongoing violent persecution by the government and its proxies, like the Israeli police, for instance, which is...
I'm glad you mentioned that, because these people, this coalition of dissenters that you're talking about, it's not a small number anymore. Just this past weekend, thousands of Israelis took to the streets in protest against Prime Minister Netanyahu and his government. They demanded early elections. They demanded a deal to release the remaining hostages in Gaza. The polls show that Netanyahu has low support and that the support is dropping.
That's true.
And what's interesting is, oftentimes wartime presidents, their numbers go up. His are still dropping. His are still dropping. So given all of that, is he leaving anytime soon?
Look, it is. No, he doesn't like to. He doesn't want. He's terrified of leaving because he knows the only chance he has to stay out of prison is by clinging to his chair. That's the main reason that he is ready and actually does sacrifice not only thousands and thousands of Palestinians, but also the Israeli hostages and soldiers. They are sacrificed on the altar of Netanyahu and his thugs' own interest and to survive in power. The government for them is more important than the citizens and people of Israel, let alone the Palestinians. They don't care about the people of Israel, let alone the Palestinians, the government and the prime minister and its ministers.
But on that point about the they, I want to talk about who this they is, because there was a poll in January. That showed that over 90% of Jewish Israelis believe that the military uses either an appropriate amount of force or, get this, too little force in Gaza.
It's polls like that that give me a lot of pause when I see Israeli protests
against the Palestinians. How do you explain that? How do you make sense of it?
First of all, I'm not sure that we can speak about 90%. That seems to me, an exaggeration. But in the bottom line, unfortunately, the vast majority of Jewish citizens in Israel, and I really lament that, do think that this assault on Gaza is not only legitimate, but required. There is a tsunami of fanatic nationalism in the Israeli society for quite a long time now, given this government, and especially since October 7th, definitely. The government wants to survive. As I said before, the prime minister and his allies, his fanatic allies, mostly messianic.
What are you guys saying over here? Did someone mention John? Yeah, I think someone did mention John. Soul Life is apparently Pitchfork's link to TYT. They're both in precarious positions right now, being new parents. What makes the animation move? Are you talking about what makes my mouth move? My mouth. My mouth moves and then it moves. It's magic. I'm gonna watch the rest of this. I gotta say though, it is great to see Mark Lamont Hill, that he got another job, it looks like, at Al Jazeera after he lost his job at CNN. Because I think that's where he was. He's a... Oh man, I'm yawning. I've been going for almost 5 hours now. Yeah, he's just an important voice, very intelligent man, and I appreciate his journalism just about 99% of the time.
They don't care about the blood of Palestinians and even of Israelis, as I said before. For them, blood is a kind of a gasoline that moves the machine, the messianic fanatic machine. Now, unfortunately, they use all power they have, and of course they have, in order to, brainwash the people who live in Israel. And unfortunately,
what role does the media play in that? What role does the media play in that brainwashing project you mentioned? And I say that because as we watch the news coming out of Gaza, it's pretty chilling. It's harrowing. Just in the last couple of weeks.
I mean, I feel like we've been talking about this over and over about the sort of dichotomy between Western media and other media. I guess Western and Eastern media, I guess you might say. But yeah, it's been so stark, and like finally some of the Western media is coming around because of how horrific things are, and they can't stick their heads under the sand far enough to not see the horrors that are happening. But it has been months and months of garbage coverage.
We've seen footage of a 2-month-old infant dying of starvation. We've heard 6-year-old Hina Rajeb's pleas for help while being trapped in a car surrounded by her dead family members. Haaretz journalist Gideon Levy said that in most Israeli media coverage, it's as though Palestinian civilians, quote, do not exist, and that, quote, in Israel, you see only the soldiers, only the hostages. How true is this? Are Israelis seeing the suffering in Gaza?
What you just quoted and said is 100% correct. The Israeli media, the vast majority of the Israeli media and journalists, I can count on one hand you know, on one palm of my hand, how many journalists do refer to the catastrophe that goes on in Gaza. But generally speaking, the media, especially television, don't show anything about the ongoing in Gaza, the suffering, the starvation, the destruction, the death toll, the bodies on the streets. They don't show and they don't talk about it. It's not only that they don't show the ongoing, what's the destruction, the catastrophe in Gaza. They actually contribute to the fact that most of the people in Israel don't want to know about what's going on in Gaza.
Absolutely.
There are many philosophical.
Israeli propaganda has been incredibly effective in their country, and honestly, in most of the Western world, unfortunately. Okay. Well, it's been an incredibly long and arduous evening. I hope that we've done something tonight, although I fear it wasn't enough. Perhaps tomorrow we'll get something done. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.